fucking cunt. Like, who cares? Like, it's just the reality we live in. This is my job. So I'm gonna do this. Go away. I'm in a mood today. I don't need you in my chat repeatedly gawking. If you don't think it's ethical, go away. I don't have a choice. And it sucks. But that's my reality. Anyway. Let's play some Dwarfs. So, shit went absolutely fucking bonkers yesterday. I would be honestly much happier with my life if you didn't have to watch any ads, ever. Some modders. But at the end of the day, I actually have no control over it. Shit went fucking bonkers and I'm trying to fix it. So, first off, the frame rate's really bad. The reason the frame rate's really bad is because a Forgotten Beast made of fire appeared on the first cavern layer. Fine, locked the doors, ignored it. It set some trees on fire, which caved in a tree in this pool, okay? This pool then started draining from this cavern layer down into this cavern layer right there, right? Which then made this cavern layer overflow, which fucked up my power for my pump stacks. Which then, the Forgotten Beast flew from the top cavern layer down into this cavern layer and set a bunch of trees on fire over here. Now, I've already fixed these ones, but hear me out. It then caused those trees to cave in over here, which then put holes down into this cavern layer, the one below. Which then started flooding this cavern layer. Now, this cavern layer has gremlins and, from what I can tell, stealth giant cave spiders, because I've seen webs appear, on this level, which need to path around. And the water started blocking their pathing. So, my frame rate went from normal down to like 20. And so, I manually pumped my pump stack and put lava onto the top or into the middle cavern layer to plug those two holes, which were the worst ones. And now I'm going to plug the last hole over here with more obsidian. That's, I think, although there is part of me that's like, maybe I should let parts of it run or like control it a little bit more. Maybe reroute this water into here somehow, so I'm like guaranteed to have enough power. But yeah, that's the current situation. This fortress is a glacier, okay? My goal is to turn this glacier into water, or alternatively, lava. Now, in order to do that, I need to fill this level, and potentially chunks of this level, up with lava and or obsidian. We did a little bit of a test run yesterday, and I canceled 20 days of time, where I put some lava down here, and it only melted this layer, it didn't melt the top layer. Which ain't great. Appreciate it, Virtual Coda. How is Time Bomb doing? So, this fortress has a time limit. That's the next thing I gotta fill in. The time limit is named Time Bomb. Time Bomb is a cavy boar, which is the crux of this entire fortress. This cavy boar is 4 years old. Their average lifespan is 4 to 8 years. Meaning, when it turns 5, it could die. When it dies, if this isn't a lake of some respect, I failed. Yeah, no, it does. You are not wrong. But I need to figure out how to get rid of the top layer. So there is one thing I could test, and I'm going to test, which is I could basically dig out a little square like this, or not dig out, but like fill up a little square like this with lava, and then put a lava-safe pillar underneath it, and see if I could cave it in. That could be an option. There's also a Minotaur on the surface who I need to deal with. So we've been busy. Flood the caverns with lava. Well, this wasn't a linear line, okay? A lot of things happened that caused me to have to do that. So I think first mode of operation is catch the Minotaur. That's the first thing I'm gonna do here. But before I go to catch the Minotaur and do all of that, we're gonna read the alive dwarves in the fort, and then I'm gonna show you something neat. We've got Strembers. We've got Camouflage. We've got Swaggenkessel. We've got Alf. We've got Cladizzle. We've got Cassie the Cat Thing, 409. Lanix, Salty Tempest. Anka Kenton, Bismuth. The asterisk just means that they're one of the starting 7. We've got Elf Poles. We've got Zelesto, who is actually the owner of the Time Bomb. We've got Moreb, Megalodon, Necrontyr, Darius, a bunch of peasants. And that's the current list. So for the surface to heat up, you either need some solar radiation, sun, or seismic activity, or an active volcano. You would need, like, the season... In-game, that would just be, like, seasons changing. But I am on a freezing glacier, so I'm pretty convinced it's not actually going to heat up at any point. That's been satisfied. So, yeah, one of the coolest things, I think, about the fortress currently... Can we get Al Gore? Beard or no beard? This fort area here... one of the most interesting things about it is that it's got this funky wood tree growing in the middle. I really like it. Like, this is just becoming like a temple to Time Bomb slowly, which is fun. We had a gremlin, but unfortunately they died. I'm not entirely sure what killed them. They were just a skeleton one day when I looked up here. So that's unfortunate, but maybe I can get another gremlin. Only about a dozen dwarves actually have bedrooms. This is basically the entirety of the fort. So, you know, I'm actually going to remove this as part of the tavern, I think. Just so that they all repopulate into the tavern. I don't recommend people do different things for different computers. This isn't a particularly large map, and we have a very small population, and the frame rate is terrible. I've had forts that are 4 tiles bigger than this, and have 3 times the population and run at 70. It's entirely dependent on your PC and the circumstances in-game. So if you played the game 1 to 2 years ago, that may have been before SDL2 released, and when SDL2 released, the fort that I was playing at the time went from 12 frames a second to 60. So I would go back, I would reinstall, if you still have the game installed, I would go load up one of those old forts and see if they run better now, because they might. This is a game like Cities Skylines or any other big sandbox game. There are some things that you can do that will just wreck your frame rate, and there's kind of not much that the player or the developers can really do about that. It's just comes with the territory of this kind of sandbox game. I would just say stick to the default settings, and if it doesn't run well, lower the settings. If it runs fine, increase the settings. Do some experimenting and see what works for you. That's my actual advice. I mean, I'll tell you this. The most important thing for Dwarf Fortress, Detective Toasty, is clock speed on your CPU. It's got nothing to do with your graphics card or your RAM. As long as you have like 2 gigs of RAM, you can run Dwarf Fort. You might not be able to run your OS, but you can probably run Dwarf Fort. You don't need much RAM for Dwarf Fort. You don't need much of it. You need to be able to render like the pixels, but that's about it for the graphics. All you actually need is high clock speed on your CPU. That's all that matters. Okay, so Al Gore. Is Al Gore happy or pissed? Well, I mean, they do melt, but the surface layer doesn't. If Time Bomb dies, I've failed the challenge. Murdered, or if it dies of old age, I've failed the challenge, which is what I'm trying to not have happen, oddly enough. So I have an i7, or not, I had an i7 4770K processor, and then I had a 770. The 770 ran this game a lot better than the 4770, but when I upgraded from the Intel CPU to the Ryzen 7800 X3D, I like doubled my frame rate. Yeah, I don't know. I used to give people tips on frame rate. I kind of refuse to do it now, mostly because when you're talking to people, especially in things like YouTube comments and chat rooms, and I say, well, this works for me, and they say, well, I'm doing that exact same thing, and my frame rate is terrible. And then I look at their save file, and I should give them peasant status. That looks like an Al Gore. What do you think? Anyway, and there's like no way for me to decipher that. So all I can really say is just the default settings are there for a reason. If you make a very large map, you might run into issues. The only real suggestion I can say is the size of the overworld map on my computer only affects the speed of saving and loading the game. It does not affect the frame rate at all. But that's all I can say. I would not ask any questions about Dwarf Fortress in the Steam forums. I would go to if you want the devs to answer, go to the KitFox Discord. Because they actually lurk in there. But I will say that if you haven't played the game in 2 or 3 years, try again, because like the engine has been updated to a more modern codec. Fuck tons of like performance increases have been added. This fort is just psychotic and fucked up. Like it's kind of just nuts. But I don't know. It's fun to do sometimes. He can be very optimistic and has a very calm demeanor, and tends to hang on to grievances and doesn't seek out excitement. He generally acts impartially, is rarely moved to mercy, and has a sense of duty. He's pleased by his own appearance and talents, and he is very humble. He generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and he does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. He is conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation. He tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and he tends to not reveal personal information. He laughs in a distinct fashion when he's exasperated, and he stiffens up when he's surprised. And when he gets bored, he starts talking to inanimate objects. He sticks out his tongue when he's thinking hard and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and is getting used to tragedy. I mean, you could go to Bay 12 forums as well, but most people already have a Discord account. And like, you could go to the Bay 12 forums and ask a question, but like, you'd have to make an account on the Bay 12 forums, and then wait for that account to be approved, and then ask the question, and then check. If you already have a Discord account, you can just join the KitFox Discord and go ask. I don't know, it's just more direct for most people these days. You know, animals don't really affect my frame rate at all. And this is why, Polite in YouTube chat, it says, don't bring cats if you care about frame rate. I had a fort pretty recently, which was my ghost fort. That fort had like 190 cats or something and was running just fine. So like, I don't know. Like, animals don't really affect my frame rate. Which is also, again, why I don't really give tips to people on frame rate, because I'm tired of being informed that my tips are incorrect. Yeah, this fort runs at like 25 to 35 FPS, generally. But that is because I've got multiple layers spilling into multiple layers with water. Are you draining still? You shouldn't be. No, you're still filling. This I could get rid of. But it's party time, apparently. So for Al Gore, Al Gore here, he does have a wife, as well as his older brother and sister who both live here, and his niece. And his cousin. It's a pretty big family. I suppose I must be a senior / VP in this world too. Must be. So I'm going to queue up some digging. We're going to keep working on this. What I'm going to try and do is I am going to go up to here, and I'm going to dig out a chunk of this. And I'm going to go through this wall right here. And hopefully, well, not hopefully, I'm going to put a support here. And I'm going to use that to cave in this level, one level up. But I'm going to quick save first because I want to show you guys something. But obviously, first I have to wait for it to save. You know, actually, I'm going to test something on my camera. I'm going to try something. Which also might freeze it for a moment. So just give it a second. It's just got to restart real quick. Actually, I just want to see if this fits better. Changing the resolution on my camera is what I'm doing. I gotta reassign it. There it is. A little blurry. Doesn't look bad though. That's not what I want you to do. Yeah, it looks fine. I'm just trying to get rid of my mic stand, which is bugging me. But now, like, I don't take up as much space. It is a lower resolution, but it's like slightly less blurry now. Are there far-reaching weapons? No. That's something that like Tarn has been wanting to fit into Dwarf Fortress as long as I've played Dwarf Fortress. There aren't far-reaching weapons because reasons. I actually don't know what reasons, but there aren't. Probably engine limitations, but that's something that's on the current Tarn Adams to-do list at the moment. Meaning it's on the current roadmap? That's the word I was looking for. I need to drink my coffee. You mean throwing? So the other thing the thing that I wanted to show you guys real quick is I want to know exactly what day Time Bomb is born on. Now, I can't look that up right now by clicking on the animal. It's just going to say their current age. It doesn't say their birth date. I want to look that up. So I'm just going to go here, and I'm going to go to DF Hack. And make sure that you save if you do this. Just make sure that you save, which is why I saved. And then go to Legends mode. It's kind of nuts that this doesn't break your game anymore. It used to. So now I can just type in time bomb. Home bomb? Time bomb. Mail KV Boar. It just says 274, doesn't say the date. God damn it. Okay, yeah. I was really hoping it would tell me the season. Oh well. But while I'm here, something that I would like to mention that I want to do is I'm gonna try and set this up over the weekend, time willing. Suited knows what I'm gonna talk about, but I want to host my legends on my website so you guys can browse legends for the world that I'm currently playing on a different tab at your leisure. It'll probably require an email login just to minimize like traffic overload. But that is something that I'm going to try and do using Legends browser. So, yeah, like not with Legends Viewer because I don't think we've managed to make Legends Viewer work that way. Legends browser, which is like a stripped back version of Legends Viewer, it doesn't have as many features. It doesn't have as many fancy graphs, but it does like, you know, let you go through the basics. And in order to exit, you have to crash your game right now in order to do that. But I just wanted to mention that because I think that's really interesting. You know, we had this discussion yesterday, Lynn Vern. I have no interest in tabletop RPGs. That's one of the reasons I played Dwarf Fortress, is because I don't like tabletop RPGs. It's the last thing I want to do with a group of friends. I want to do almost anything else. That the name Erickin thanks? What? Bioactive? Oh, I see what you're responding to. Yeah, I mean that's a neat little storytelling mechanism. I mean those like solo or like what's the word? Solo RPGs like that are kind of interesting to me mechanically, but yeah, I would rather just draw. Like if I'm gonna be creative on my own time, I would rather just doodle, sketch, you know. There's other creative outlets that I have. But no, I have zero interest in D&D YouTube chat. So hi-ho, it's back to work we go. Minotaur is fighting with another Yeti. There is a Minotaur on the surface, once again. And the Yeti seems to have killed it. Oh my god. What a goddamn hero. Yeti scratches the Minotaur in the head, tearing apart the muscle. The force twists the neck, tearing apart the skin. How goes the Great Flood? Username checks out, Doomsday. We're working on it. Not as effective as I'd hoped after a brief test yesterday, but we're gonna see if we can find a way around it. We're gonna be starting the flood momentarily, I will say. Or at least the process of flooding momentarily. But first I need to link up this to a lever. Another one showed up moments after the first one. That's actually the second Yeti. So that first Yeti still died. Yeah, this is a male Yeti. That other one was a female Yeti. Not really, because the thing that makes them not evenly matched is the Minotaur is aggressive and has skills. The Yeti is like a neutral creature, meaning they don't go out of their way to just fight. So not so much. I'm actually just gonna go here real quick and just, yeah, that's still blocked up. Cool, I wanna leave that blocked up. Also, we're about to get hit by ads. I will pause the game for 90 seconds when the ads hit. Any idea how levels worth of floors are typically taken out by cave-ins? Any floor, so thing that isn't a solid wall, will be taken out by a cave-in. Walls are not taken out by cave-ins. So if I basically cut out the wall levels all the way down, 10 levels, and then drop one block from the surface, it'll fall through all of them. I've had dwarves fall through all of the levels in a situation like that before. You got to go smoke a joint and get ready for your dentist appointment. That's a good way to go to the dentist. I respect it. I personally would take an edible, but you do you, man. Have a good trip to the dentist. Eric Key, I was just skimming up through chat. I once had a dwarf fall off of a... I once had a dwarf fall off of the top wall of a fortress and go through 6 layers of floors, and then fall 2 layers because there wasn't a floor, and then through 6 more layers, and then they just kind of stood up, dusted themselves off, and walked away. Like, it just kept on breaking their fall. So, like, lots of things can break through floors. Oh, no, absolutely. Cloudy Izzle. Which is why I say I respect it. That's just a mental stimulant, not, And probably, or actually, I can tell you for a fact I've gone to the dentist stoned before. Probably wouldn't mess with it. Hope you got a worthy nickname from that. That was in Long Death, so everybody had a nickname because I only had like 30 dwarves and I ran that fort for like 2 years, literally, real time. So, like, everybody in that fort was named. Couldn't remember who it was, but... No, I was in Long Death, Christopher. In order to make stuff fall, I'm trying to think, like, which... Chat can probably help me out here. Which big videos do I do a lot of dropping stuff? I know I do some dropping of stuff in the first worst map video. I know I do some dropping of stuff in the 10 years following one dwarf video. I did one cave-in in the last video. Cult video, the cult video had a lot of droppings. Watch my video where the thumbnail just says cult and it'll walk you through all the gravity stuff. But basically, like, stuff doesn't float, but, like, as an example, if I dig out this and I dig out the layer above it, this won't fall. But if I then go up to here and go around the edge like this will fall. These floors will fall because there's nothing holding the ceiling up and there's nothing below it. If I go over here and I don't dig out these corners, it'll still fall because corners aren't load bearing. And if I, like, as an example, leave one tile here, it won't fall. So it's like that because there used to be, like, structural integrity in Dwarf Fortress where stuff would cave in if buildings got too large, but that was removed when they added the caverns in. because the caverns are big enough that they would just be caving in constantly, which
Could be kind of cool.
personally, we did actually talk about this yesterday, but it's okay because you weren't here. To me, I think it's a good thing that stuff doesn't periodically cave in, because that's one of those mechanics where it's like, yeah, that could be neat, but also is probably just more annoying than anything. And as far as I'm concerned, I think I would want, if they were to add that back in, because Tarn has floated the idea of maybe adding it back in, but he's like, it would require a lot of like engine shifts and changes, because you know you wouldn't want the caverns to cave in randomly, but for reasons that we've seen in this fort so far. However, it could be really interesting to like maybe make sand collapse, or clay, or chalk, like certain types of materials that you don't often see low enough down that they're in their caverns. Like maybe they could be in some situations, but generally aren't. I don't, you know, earthquakes come up a lot, and I think Tarn said it best, which is earthquakes in theory sound really interesting. In reality, I think it would just make people jump back to the last save. And I think that's probably true. What is happening? Am I digging out a giant layer of dolomite? Exclamation point goal, or chat can tell them. I'm trying to turn this into an ocean. This is a glacier. Oh, hey, another Yeti. This one's not injured. Neat. So yes, I'm digging out a huge layer of dolomite, but in reality, I'm not really just digging out a huge layer of dolomite. I'm digging out a huge layer of dolomite and filling it up with lava. Let's also go here. Make a wooden minecart. That's not wooden. No, certainly. It would. And, like, there are instances where I think it would be really cool to have some of those mechanics. I think you just have to, and I say like this about magic and stuff as well. It would just need to be implemented in such a way where it makes sense and is understandable by the player without knowing geology. Although, at the same time, fuck it. Make us have to know geology. Like, maybe in order to play Dwarf Fortress, because we don't need ASCII to make this game hard to learn anymore, maybe they need to make it so that it requires, like, understanding material weight and density. Like, maybe that's the world that we're gonna live in. Dwarf Fortress, yeah, Dwarf Fortress doesn't, but also, I would say, like, if Dwarf Fortress accurately simulated continental drift and earthquakes, there'd probably be, like, an overworld overlay, right? That would just be, like, this is where the, like, the breaks in the, in the continents are, and don't settle here because it might collapse randomly. Like, that would make sense, right? It would tell you where the faults are. And it would just become the new heavy aquifer. Don't settle on a heavy fault line. Like, your fort will get ripped in half after, like, 6 years. But, yeah, I don't know. There is, a very old mod, which hasn't been updated for the Steam version, as far as I know. Although I have seen some, like, posts about it maybe actually getting worked on. But as far as I know, it hasn't been updated unless it's in, like, some sort of weird beta, or unfinished state. But it's the Super Mario Brothers mod. Realize, hello, it's good to see you. The Super Mario Brothers mod had the ability to cast an earthquake spell, which would basically make like a trench appear. And every time I used it, it crashed the game. But there are ways you could do that. You know, like, I think that if it's a self-inflicted earthquake, that could be a thing. Oh, no, totally. Like, it could be really cool. When I talk about things like this where I'm just, like, undecided, it's not even a, like, I don't think it should be in the game or anything. I'm purely on the, I don't even know what that would look like side of things, where it's like, that could be incredible. That could be intolerably horrid. And there's, like, no middle ground, and I don't know which one's the right one. Although, realistically, I don't know if you guys are the same as me or not. You might be, you might not be. But if you're the same as me, then it would definitely be a, yeah, I use minecarts, or I use earthquakes, or turn on all the earthquakes and make them all go off all simultaneously right when I've decided that I'm tired of the fortress and just want it to die. Like in SimCity, you know? Well, I'm tired of this city. Send in the aliens! Send in Godzilla! Break shit! Laugh maniacally! Why is there an earthquake spell in the Super Mario mod? The better question isn't that. The better question is, why do Shy Guys exist by enslaving toads and siphoning their life force out? That's the real question that I wonder about that mod. They feed off of the life force energy of toads. Not as in literal toads, but like mushrooms. Okay, then the last thing I need to do is you take items from here. Because I finally have enough dwarves now that we can start redistributing boulders into here. And there we go. We're starting to get a stack of rock salt. What? Oh, I see. I, like, misclicked on the gem. Aren't there bricks in Super Mario mod that polymorph toad people? Oh, yeah. No, that mod is, like, fucked up. Absolutely, that mod is fucked up. Like, exceptionally fucked up. Maybe actually just Mario's really fucked up if you, like, add hyperviolence to it. Maybe that's all it is. No, you mean canon? Oh, fuck it. I don't know. I don't know shit about the Mario canon. Don't ask me about the Mario canon. As far as I'm concerned, the only Mario canon is the one that you fly out of in Super Mario 64. That's the only Mario canon I'm familiar with. I saw Dwarf tell the story of the ascension of Rovad Earn Ankle to the position of Queen of the Humid Volcano in the year 70 at the Pumpkin of Whips. It is interesting. Thanks, Blocky. I hope you left a comment on it. Or a like, at the very least. I might add most of these miners to hauling pretty soon. I can choose a dwarf. Happy dwarf. Well, you're not getting Algor. You're now the Holy Finger. Which... Did I get the right number of eyes? Yes, I did. She is impervious to the effects of stress and strangely strongly prefers discussions of ideas and abstract concepts over handling specific practical issues. Makes sense why you're a religious dwarf. She is prone to strong feelings of jealousy, and she is very curious and sometimes to her detriment. She can be very happy and optimistic and often feels lustful. She doesn't seek out excitement, and she tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. And she needs alcohol to get through the working day and is getting used to tragedy. She dreams of raising a family and personally finds blind honesty foolish and doesn't care about friendship. Doesn't care if others take the time to master skills and doesn't really value skills related to fighting. She likes cryolite and bismuth bronze, as well as giant ibex hoof and the color brown and giant brown recluse spider silk. The color mint green, gems and shields and amulets, and giant wolverines for their tenacity and cabbages for their taste. When possible, she prefers to consume prickleberry wine and whipped wine flour and absolutely hates worms. She has passing acquaintances and 2 children in the fort. No spouse that lives here. She's the holy finger of the pointy creed, which is very funny. And you're probably going to get an upgrade because I actually need to upgrade that temple, I think, which is over here. This is the pointy creed. Did I get it to a high enough value? Yes, I did, actually. So you're now actually the Exalted Crevice. That is significantly worse than the Holy Finger. I'm sorry, you're now the Exalted Crevice. And the Holy Finger is now... Is Algor an option? Fuck. God damn it. I don't know, Deller, I guess. Gold infused quartz. That sounds crazy expensive for no reason. I want to replace my countertops, but not with gold infused quartz. I want something that's like a solid color, so it's easier for me to see. Because if I put my glasses on my countertop, I can't find my glasses. Because I've always had like dark, like faux granite countertops, which is fine. It's just difficult to see for me. Okay, so this is all connected up. So I'm going to go here. Nope, not ice. I'm going to use the shale block right there. The Holy Finger does, in fact, serve the Holy Crevice. That is the god of fortresses and mountains and something. I know that's very descriptive, but... It's the god of fortresses, mountains, and volcanoes. That was the other thing. So I guess, like, the god of rock formations and forts. It just gets better. Yeah, it kind of does. Or it gets worse, depending on who you are, I think. Or maybe it just keeps getting funnier. I don't want to know what the altar boy for the Holy Crevice does. Or worse, mostly worse, actually. Or is the Holy Finger the altar boy for the Holy Crevice? It's just Catholicism now. They're just Catholics. This is such a pathetic series of bedrooms. Says the Hand of Fate. The Forgotten Beast, Esnust, Akumostrot has come. Desmodorku, an enormous scaly snail. It has thin wings of stretched skin and it belches and croaks. Its crimson scales are large and overlapping. Beware its deadly dust. And it is in the lowermost cavern layer? It's kind of pretty looking. Lull dungeon. I know it's lulled dungeon, but it kind of looks like lull dungeon. Killed a cave blob. Not even worth bragging about. Can it get to us? I don't think so. I don't have a military, like at all. Because I haven't found any materials that are super usable as weapons, aside from lava, obviously. Also, it is worth noting the frame rate has gotten a bit better. We're consistently in like the mid-high 30s now. The reason for the frame rate being so bad is all of this water draining. So that's a good deal of it. It's just this water slowly draining. Which I could probably actually sort by just rerouting some lava over to there. Oh, it's also spilling there still. Ugh. Which also, this is pretty easy to deal with. This I should be able to deal with pretty easily, actually. And I'll just wall off the other chunks. I'll just do that. And it appears that Rolf used to be rich, which is enough reason to post beers. I'm gonna pause the game for a second because I need to take a leak. I'm just gonna run the ads early so they're out of the way. I will be, I don't know, back in a minute. Before the ads are done, probably. But now's a good time to grab a drink of water if you need to refill your cup. BRB.
Hey, guess what? 24 months.
Rolf, thanks for checking out a gift. And Xylem, thank you very much for the 24 months, 2 years. Appreciate you guys. Don't put an exclamation point there, Jody. And it'll work. All right. Still 4 years. I will be relieved when it says 5. Like, absolutely relieved when it says 5 years. So, chat, it's Friday. What are you guys up to this weekend? I'm going to keep my foot up and start maybe outlining the next project and probably record more Room Carnage because work on the Room Carnage video is underway. I fear that that video might be like 7 hours long, which means I'll if it ends up being that long, it might be like a two-parter. Because some of those chapters are long. Like, I'm more or less filming an ebook.
Cardron cheered. X200. Not sure where I got bits lol.
That sounds like too long of a drive. Do you do the RPGs ever? Darius, thanks for $2. So if you do the Twitch surveys, they give you bits. Play DF and maybe lose a fort to do to the Green Menace or Burnout. Gotcha. Sounds like fun. Please don't burn out. Burning out bad, though. We are making such good progress. Holy shit. Let's just go back down to here. See how this is going. You know, actually, all I need to do is this and this. I don't need to do the rest of this. The rest of this is completely optional. Then I just need to dig through that. Yeah, that's like it. Why am I wasting time on the rest of this? Let's go down here and plop a door in. Are you still powered? Yep. Playing Infection Free Zone. What game is that? I feel like I need to look that one up. It's almost a hype train, chat. If anybody has a Prime sub or a resub that you can use right now, then you know, you could start a hype train. But regardless, thanks for the bits and the subs and the bits and the gift. You guys are helping keep the channel funded. We didn't hit the daily minimum yesterday, but it's okay because I got a big video out recently, so people are buying mugs again. Not a ton, though. I mean, it is January. January is always kind of a mellow month, at least for me. And many people in this industry. Right, okay, got it. I was confusing it in my head with a Devolver published game that's kind of like Papers, Please with zombies. I don't know what that is, Rallies, so I don't know what happened to it. Long drive, but they're the closest friend that you have that's not busy. I can't say that I've ever traveled 7 hours to hang out with somebody, but to hang out with my mainland Vancouver friends, or people I know that are in the mainland of Vancouver, I have to get on a boat, which takes about, and it's a boat, which takes about 4 hours, and after the boat, I have to then take public transit or get picked up, which takes an additional 30 minutes. I don't know. And then it takes about, okay, I guess it takes about 6 hours for me to go visit my parents. But that's mostly due to the boat. Because I have to get to the boat and then wait. Well, maybe 5. 4.5 to 5, depending on, like, traffic and how transfers line up. Okay, yeah, I literally never heard of it. It must be a very regional thing then. Although there's a lot of regional beverages like that. So I'm trying to plug this hole over here, stop the water from draining. The frame rate's gone back up to 40. We are making progress. I know that I might sound crazy saying this, but we are in fact making progress. The frame rate is dramatically improving. Slowly. I would call that a dramatic improvement. I'm trying to think of soft drinks I don't really see anymore. I don't really how do I put this? I don't really go to places that sell the weird brands of soft drinks because I don't drink soft drinks because they try to kill me. But I drink sugar-free drinks. But as far as like drinks with sugar in it that I kind of don't see anymore, I never see RC Cola anymore. Although I don't actually know who ever owned them, but outside of the dollar store, once in a blue moon. How does the almost fully mined out layer not collapse? I've explained this like a dozen times today, so let's see if chat can remember it, but the simple version is nothing collapses unless you remove absolutely all support of it. So it doesn't collapse because nothing collapses in Dwarf Fortress. For the same reason the caverns don't collapse. You have to remove all of the support from something to collapse it. And thank you, typewriter champ, or chimp. You're an A+ chimp on a typewriter. It's not Minecraft physics, because things don't collapse unless it's sand in Minecraft, right? Although, what do I know about fucking Minecraft? Absolutely nothing. Gotta let those new bees into the Fort Seas. Holy Dolomite. I drink bubbly when I want fizzy things because I can get 2 of them for $6 or 2 12-packs for $6. So I always get like 2 or 4 cases when I order delivery groceries.
Crypt beer.
Metalhead Unleashed. Thanks for the 50 months. Appreciate you, mate. How you been, dude? How's your Friday going so far? No. Combatcher. We did it yesterday, and the game didn't even lag. It just kind of went thunk. I've dropped, like, the entire map I've caved in a third of the map simultaneously more than once. YouTube chat. We're up to 40 FPS. 41. Progress! Where's the... It's over there. And they've dug out. Sweet. So now I just need to go over here and smooth that and then fortify it. I don't order food because I don't like ordering food. Like, if I'm ordering food, I want to be in the place where I'm ordering the food. And I don't want to give Grubhub or Uber Eats or any of those companies money. On Fort progress bin? Well, I haven't made much progress today. My day hasn't been particularly long. Yesterday I streamed for way too fucking long. Thanks for the $50. Rylise. Appreciate you. Thanks a ton. Yeah, no, yesterday was very long. It's January. Things are kind of slow. In, like, every way. I think we had an average of, like, 100 more people back in December, but that's because more people are off work, right? People have more free time. So, released a big video the other day, which is good. It did really well on day 1, and it slowed down a bit more than I'd like. So I'm trying to goose up the numbers a little bit by telling people to go leave comments. But aside from that, like, you know, things are okay. Things are okay. Weird start to the year, more than anything, but okay. Had a bit of a staycation, and then the world ended twice during my staycation, and thankfully the world has ceased ending since, which is also really nice. There was a leak on the first floor of my apartment building, and because I volunteer to assist with maintenance of and organization of my apartment building. It's something I willingly do to myself. It's like a self-hatred thing. Because I do that, a chunk of my free time was taken up during my staycation, just like helping organize plumbers and shit. Well, not organize, but like being there to let them in and showing them where they need to go and whatnot. That kind of thing. So People are saying really nice things about the one I uploaded yesterday, so it's a good hour of entertainment. You're not able to handle the size of grocery stores? I fucking love grocery stores, and I get bummed out when I can't go grocery shopping. But I have a broken foot right now, and it's been raining a lot, and the nearest grocery store is like a 15-minute walk away. Or actually, rather, the nearest affordable grocery store. There's like a boutique-y, fancy, hoity-toity hippie store, which is lovely for some things like olive oil, but which is like a 2-minute walk. But the nearest grocery store that has reasonable prices that like is here is like kind of a bit of a walk, and I'm not going to do that on a broken foot. Well, maybe not in the rain. Like I do have a splint on it, so I can walk outside. It's just like not in the rain, because it's kind of like wearing a really big sandal. Like, it's not waterproof. And, like, when I was in the pharmacy getting it put on, he looked at me and goes, or when he was showing me how to put it on, he's just like, yeah, like, you know, because you said that you don't drive and you walk everywhere, you might not want to go out in the rain unless you're willing to wrap a garbage bag around it. Like, yeah, that seems like a reason to not go out in the rain. So I've ordered groceries twice in the last 2 weeks. But I don't like ordering stuff, because it just fucking sucks. Like, I get so much joy out of going to the grocery store. Not Costco, but I don't go to Costco for that reason. How old are you, Time Bomb? 4 years old. God damn it. The thing that since YouTube chat is talking a little bit about crashing in the YouTube chat, most of the historical, like, bad crashes that Dwarf Fortress has had, were caused by DF hack scripts that were popular. One of the most popular ones that was the most egregious and the cause of the most issues was called text will be text. And text will be text would allow you to do this, basically, like see multiple layers simultaneously. And if you launched the game and enabled text will be text and then loaded a save file, there was like a 60% chance the game would crash. And if you disabled it mid-game, there was a pretty good chance it would crash. And sometimes it would crash and take the game with it. A large portion of like historic crashes for Dwarf Fortress have been due to janky third-party code breaking things. Which means it's really, really good that, like, Dwarf Fortress does a better job, and Bay 12 in general does a more clean job, should I say, of accommodating DF hack and the third-party tools, because they're a lot more stable these days. Here comes some lava. If you like watching stuff steam up, we're about to do that. I'm gonna try and plug another hole, and hopefully not make more. So if I could get some lava in the chat, that'd be cool. It just needs to get to there. Because that's draining into the cavern layer below, and I'm trying to stop that. I've never seen that, but wild, weird, Arliss. Never seen nor heard of that. Okay. So now I can go over here. Pull this lever again. And this will continue to fill up and cause problems in places, but hopefully it doesn't block enough water flow that I lose power. Shouldn't. Absolutely shouldn't. Udib has been, the peasant has been possessed. So we're gonna get another artifact, but water down here has ceased to fall into here. From up here. Udib has claimed a craft store shop. So that means down here will dry up quicker and stop spilling more water in, so this will slow down on drainage eventually. I guess I could eject some lava over here as well, but armorer? Do I have an armorer? Most of the dwarves in this fort are miners, so... I know that I had a really good armorer, and I'm not sure if they're named. Let me just check. Go down to the cavern. Take a peek. I've got an adequate armor smith who's an engraver by day right now. Would that work for you? Ineth? I think he might be one of the starting 7, actually. That just means you need to turn your monitor brightness down. I can't help you. Off bulls, I'm sorry. I'm trying to turn it into a less bright substance, okay? I'm doing my best. No, you're not part of the starting 7. You're just my old keyboard broken spacebar. The spacebar would work like 1 in 3 times of hitting it. Broken space bar. Is the broken space bar like a sci-fi themed gay nightclub or like gay bar? Anyway, very rarely develops negative feelings towards things. He enjoys being in crowds and generally is pleased by his own looks and accomplishments. He tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others and often feels discouraged. He often feels discouraged. He has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications and doesn't focus on material goods. He generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. He generally is quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures and needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of raising a family and personally has a great deal of respect for worthy craftsmanship and doesn't particularly respect commerce. Space bro. I'm just reminded of the alcohol distribution thing in, what was it? That Mars city builder that was made by the people who used to make Tropico. Surviving Mars. The like thing that served alcohol in your base was called the space bar. He likes orthoclase and fine pewter as well as praise. Like the opal, like the gem. Parakeet and rabbit tooth, linen fabric, the color sandy taupe, gauntlets and figurines, and turkeys for their gobble, and the words of these sports of beginning. And the sound of the petal lyric and the of mothers. Impossible prefers to consume sunshine and red beans, and absolutely hates brown recluse spiders. His very long beard is braided, and his very long sideburns are neatly combed. I would be making armor, but the reason I'm not is because I haven't found any metal that can make armor in this fort. Which is, if I'm able to do what I'm trying to do to the surface, then sunshine is a beverage made out of the plant sunberries. It's a only found in good biomes with good plants. But the reason I haven't made any armor is because if I'm able to successfully melt the surface, we could theoretically use that as defense. And if I can use that as defense, then I could use that to collect Goblinite. But we're not there yet, and I don't know if I'm going to get there. And if I don't get there, then we start a new fort next week. Oh no. He has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and he doesn't feel envious of others. He doesn't focus on material goods and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He tends to be swayed by the emotions of others and generally is quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't mind being outdoors at least for a time. Juliana in YouTube chat says, if you play adventure mode, can you find a random event? If you skim through my 0 to Hero run on my VODs, on my VOD channel, I encounter a gigantic army. There are scouting groups that patrol around. There are, defensive squads that patrol around. If there's a battle actively happening, you can stumble upon creatures fighting. I've seen that before, but it's not like full-scale invasions happen. It's just like if two hostile entities encounter each other on the map, they will fight. Yes, asterisk, sort of. As far as random events, they're not random, but like you can get ambushed. YouTube chat's asking about adventure mode. All right, speaking of photosynthesizing, I'm gonna flashbang everybody and then go to here and see where we're at. Let's just clear the rest of this. I don't know how many spare picks I have lying around, but I'm sure I have at least 3. And I'm gonna go up to here and I'm gonna go type in bars and see what we have for bars at the moment. Not enough. I'm gonna go to here and just unforbid stuff. Copper, steel, iron, silver. Well, we'll get the opportunity to trade with humans pretty soon. I've explained this 3 times in the last 25 minutes. Chat, can you explain to Elf Poles what's happening here and why it's not collapsing? Like, I don't know what to say to you, chat. Quick, explain to Elf Poles. This is a quiz, and there will be a test at the end. Why the ceiling isn't collapsing on this layer? Please, chat, help me out here. I desperately need your assistance. Partially, I'm trying to farm chat interaction because yesterday was kind of quiet, and I expect today to be quieter. But I'm farming chat interaction by saying, hey, chat. Why ceiling no fall down? You know, like how in League of Legends, people would just find, or in League of Legends streams back in the day, somebody who's old like me might remember this, people would just like grab one thing that people said that they thought, oh fuck, another one opened up. Please refill it. Grr. That's annoying. Me just recreating my own problems. People would just like find a copy paste that they thought was funny that somebody said once when they were mad, and then just repeat it for ad nauseum forever by reposting it. I almost want that with like cave-ins. It's like, why doesn't this cave in? Well, you see. I greatly appreciate that, Pink Primeval. Carry on. Gotta pump more lava down in here to replug the hole that I just fixed. Thankfully, it doesn't have that far to go. Although I have reclaimed like 10 FPS, which is great. So, yay to that. I mean, that can just go all the way up to the edge, that's fine. If it goes horizontally through here, I mean, that is. This area's getting cleared. That's gonna burn, so we need to go all the way around that. There we go. It's coming all the way out to here. That's what we need. See? Right there. Plug it. Get it filled. So this stops flooding down into here. Hey, chat. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Gay face, no space. Gray face, no space. Cat face, no space. Unironically, the next time somebody asks what song is playing when Drinking Industry plays, I should just say Darude Sandstorm. Because I haven't said that in a very long time, and it would make me warm and fuzzy. All right, I've fixed this problem. Shit, the Rude Sandstorm? Yeah. You know the do-do-do-do-do song? It's Blue by Eiffel 65. Yeah. Yes. The era of music before Shazam. All right. Are you still fully powered? Yes, you are. Sweet. Okay. So I now caused a new problem and then fixed the problem. I'm actually just going to go to the middle of this and set it to 2. So like along here. So if they just do the top and bottom first. Focus on these areas. Let's go 2, and then this area right here, 3. So that they don't have as far to walk to the door. How old's Time Bomb? Time Bomb's still 4. They dancing. They definitely not Dwarfing. They definitely dancing. Who likes party music? Yeah. Well, they're actually dancing quite a bit. I'm so happy that they fixed that weird audio issue that was happening where the dance music would cut out if you looked away from the tavern. It would start, and then if you pan the camera away from the tavern, it would just go and like stop. Like, oh, you can't hear it anymore. So now I guess there's 3 party songs, eh? There's Danger. Well, yeah, there's three party songs. There's this one, which is Sisters of War. There's Danger Room, and then there's Drinking Industry. Is good. Big fan. Question is, do I want to make this more defendable or not? I don't know. Frame rate's holding at 41, which is good. Fingers crossed. YouTube chat says, I would say the ceiling ain't flying because there ain't no laws of physics. We break laws of physics in this universe. They're just simply enlightened dwarves and say, I don't obey gravity. Let's just get rid of that gem stockpile. And just get us a little bit of construction going on over here, which I should be doing anyway while the dwarves are doing unrelated things. See how the miners are doing. Bottom's done, cool. Top's getting there. That is way too high. I mean, it must have been because it's gone back down to 36. Eric, here, I'll move myself a little bit so you can see it. What just? Okay, that one managed to land on an area that wouldn't flood, so that's good. Wasn't Dolomite the name of a movie back in the 70s? Probably. I don't know. It's a type of rock, though. Won't it just freeze back over from the glaciers? Certainly, which is why I'm trying to put in-floor heating in. Although this might end up just being a lava lake, which is fine. Because that's why I'm gonna put lava down here. The goal here is to make this into lava and turn all of this into water and then cave in the layer above it. That is the actual goal. Dolomite is just a word. That is true. The Citizen Kane of Kung Fu Pimpin' movies. Are Kung Fu Pimpin' movies a genre? Suppose they must be. Hey chat, genuine question. Have you seen Citizen Kane? Because I don't actually think I've seen that movie in its entirety. Like, I know I've seen most of it. Like, when people get all, like, super movie criticky or, like movie history fan-ish on things, and they share around scenes, it's like, oh, yeah, I've seen that. Oh, yeah, I've seen that. But, like, I don't actually... Like, I know what the story of it is. I know the ending. I know the twist. I don't actually know if I've ever actually sat down and watched that whole movie. Yes, but do you know that Rosebud is a reference to one of the producer's wives, yeah. But it's also, like, you know, the thing at the end. It feels overhyped. It's just a very important movie film techniques-wise. Like, that's all it is. I mean, like, from what I can tell, it probably holds up just as a story in the way that, like, just a good story holds up. Because it's also literally about, like, a media conglomerate being really sad and going kind of crazy, which is, like, weirdly relevant. It's like a sad, rich media conglomerate guy who just wants people to like him and is just a horrible person to everybody, and everybody kind of hating him and being happy he's dead. It's like the movie. But no, it's like a movie that is important because of film techniques that they used and pioneered in that movie. Camouflage still alive? I presume so. Yep. Sleeping currently. Probably on the floor because we don't really have beds. Early summer. Time bomb's still up. 4 years. Come on. I wish I knew Time Bomb's birthday. We are so fucking close, man. I don't think I've seen nor heard of Third Man. Should watch more movies. I've been watching a lot of horror movies lately. They've been fun. I really, really enjoyed Talk to Me. That's a fun movie. Just like a fun, spooky movie. I mean... How about this game is gaming Citizen Kane? I mean, saying that a game is video game Citizen Kane is just saying that it's a really well-designed game that influenced a lot of games with its mechanics. Like, there is a legitimate argument that Half-Life could be the Citizen game of video games. Citizen game? What? Citizen Kane of video games. Or like Disco Elysium is the Citizen Kane of that type of video game. Like a game that pioneers new mechanics and does them so well that a bunch of other games mimic it would be the Citizen Kane of video games. I think people just use it to say like, this game is art, which totally fine. Like that's also legit. Why is Citizen Kane such a tongue twister? Because I'm talking quickly and need to drink more coffee. My question is, why is Irish wristwatch a tongue twister? GoldenEye, the Citizen Kane of video games? My God, next time you're gonna tell me that like Man on Fire is the Citizen Kane of the mid 2000s, because that's about the quality of GoldenEye. GoldenEye's an important game for a lot of people, but that game didn't innovate shit. Halo, if you want to make that argument, sure. I mean, for console shooters. It's certainly the Kane and Lynch of video games to me. I kind of liked Kane and Lynch 2. I played Kane and Lynch 2. That game is terrible. But, like, I don't know. It was fun for 5 hours. I bought it for $2. Okay, so you need bones, rough gems, bars of metal, rough color, leather skin, cloth thread, bricks, leather skin, bones. Okay, I'm just gonna go butcher an animal, so that's probably what you need. And some random person wants to live here, and I say no. Go away. They should have paid me $2 to play it? I mean, I played it while I was in queue for League of Legends, so maybe in comparison to League of Legends, I had fun with it. Yeah, that game was a solid 4 out of 10, but I don't know, I enjoyed it. It was fine. It's sort of like, oh man, I think it was Mandalore. We made a video about it recently. There's this game called Legendary. It's awful. Do not pay money to play Legendary. I think I paid 99 cents for it on Steam. I've beaten that game. It is horrible. Don't play it. But it does repeatedly impress you with its audacity and stupidity and absurdity. I haven't finished it. But legendarily bad. The weird thing about Legendary, John Doe in YouTube chat, is Legendary could be incredible, but it's not. It's like a Hoorah America modern military shooter in an apocalypse with the most ridiculous, over-the-top, random soldier dude dies to a fucking griffin in front of you for no reason sequences of all time. Like, there is a truck monster in that game, which is just like an amalgamation of like 1,000 cars in a storm just stomping down the middle of New York. Like, that game is extremely dumb and could have been incredible. The problem is, it is extremely painfully awful to play, and the audio is god-awful. It runs like shit and kind of looks like garbage. But, like, you're just, like, waiting for the next time a fucking werewolf shows up and flies out of a window and, like, spears a guy, like, through traffic, and then shit just explodes in front of you. You're like, what the shit? This is the most 2011 thing I've ever seen. Because that's really what that game is. Cinema. Don't play Legendary, just watch Mandalore Gaming's video on Legendary. That's my advice to you about the video game Legendary. Don't play Legendary, just watch Mandalore's video about Legendary. Got your first Necromancer's a Migrant? Don't put it in the military. If you're... Basically, keep it away from fights, because if they get startled, they will resurrect any bodies that are nearby. Unless you want them to do that. Maybe watch my most recent YouTube video, like the one I uploaded 2 days ago, and then leave a like and a comment, please. But watch that video. Did that get the mood going? Yep. Like, I don't know, if the video game Legendary had, like, another year's development and a budget, I think that game could have been incredible, but... All Marks dwarves, so you need some peasantry? I mean, make them a craftsman or something. You need to remember that necromancers have a particular set of skills that could suddenly surprise end your fort. However, they can be very useful, but just be a little bit cautious with them. Doom is the Citizen Kane of video games? No, because Doom didn't pioneer a ton of things. Doom was a polished, playable version of the games that pioneered things. Doom isn't, outside of the fact that you sort of can walk up and down, Doom isn't doing much different than, like, Ultima Underworld or, like, Wolf 3D. Really. It's a, they describe, the funniest thing to me about Doom is a first-person shooter, right? We know that. But at the time it was marketed as an RPG, because it had the same mechanics as RPGs. It's 3 traders. Sweet. It had the same mechanics as RPGs. It was a, like, first-person game where you collect keys to escape a dungeon. Like, it was a RPG for the time. And it's kind of wild to me that that's how that game was marketed. Like, there's a bunch of old ads, if you go look at old, like, magazines and stuff, talking about Doom, and they're just like, the new dungeon crawling experience. It's like, what? I'm just gonna sell this because I don't actually want it. I don't really actually have all that much to sell at the moment, which kind of sucks. How much cloth do I have? Let's just cut gems. Actually, I could probably bring prepared meals, because I don't really have much in the way of, like, usable sales industry at the moment. You always want a barrel of rendered fat? Never mind, I don't actually have that many meals. Now you're just saying words that have no meaning. Random animal named Citizen Kane of. He is often sad and dejected and rarely jealous. That's not true. Tends to be a little tight with his resources when working on projects and has a calm demeanor. He is trusting and he tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. And he can sometimes act without deliberation. Honk. Oh my God. We're almost done. This is a glorious moment. What a time to be alive, chat. You know, the last time I played Street Fighter 2, Sizloge, was a port. A very bad one. I'm going to go use the toilet and rinse my coffee mug. And I would like you to guess, what platform did I play it on? I will be back in a moment. Some of you are close. I played it on a Nokia slide phone. On a number pad. It was a demo that came with the phone, and I was like, this is weird. Why is this here? And I played it for about 90 seconds and realized that it ran at about 6 frames a second and kind of chuckled to myself for a minute and then turned the screen off and put it back in my pocket. I never thought about it again. The good old days. I mean, they weren't good, but they were definitely days. Time bomb still 4. Neo Geo. I've only ever played Neo Geo arcade games. YouTube chat. Another Forgotten Beast with deadly dust. This one is a great serpent with external ribs. It has a square shell and a bloated body, and its scales are blocky and set far apart. Beware its deadly dust. It's big snack. Oh, hey, it's all spotty. God damn. Okay, that's actually kind of grotesque looking. Like the spines coming out of it? Are those like the... Yeah, those are the external ribs. Huh. I don't like that. It does look awesome, but that's gross looking. It's a Dalmatian snake. Yeah, Corella DeVille would love it. Uh-oh. It's actually making me a little nervous. Because there is a fortification there. I don't know. Maybe? Necrontier? We're just gonna go with no. No, it can't. And hope it doesn't. But I am gonna put a door here. And a door here. And a door there. And a piece of wall right here. Okay. So. This is a moment of great importance to this fortress. The final chunks are being dealt with. Dump him into the lava pit, he won't burn. Like, I've only ever seen one Forgotten Beast burn. Actually, I've never seen a Forgotten Beast burn. I've only seen a Titan burn, and it was once. And I'm very confused by it. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. They've updated my Civ and World info. I asked them to bring bears, and I actually don't think I've bought any bears. Because I think I kind of spaced out on that. Although maybe this is the time that they're arriving with bears pets. Bears. Done. 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 They want powder. That's the last of it. I mean, I'm just trying to replicate reality. No, I'm trying to import grizzly bears for once we've melted them. And there it goes. The last few chunks. We're back up to 45 FPS too, which is great. After they bite your head off, Pink Primeval, I had a bunch of polar bear men in this fort initially, and they stole a bunch of my alcohol and plump helmets and ran away. thought I was erasing you. Was I not? Huh? Oh, wrong zone, maybe? Yes, wrong borough. All right. It's time to enable the borough. Wait for everybody to head back inside. It's just one more dwarf, I think. It was certainly terrifying. In regards to the start of the fort. Oh, I see the problem here. There's a bunch of dwarves that just aren't in the burrow. But I will let them finish their jobs first. And I will just go up to here and just... That'll help. Or probably fix it. Same with these. And this can just go away. And you're hauling a boulder of dolomite. Okay. That is the plan, Valleys. That is the plan. That boulder must be heavy. Now, hopefully, there's nobody left in this layer. But I do have a way to check that's actually pretty easy that I like using. But now that this lever is set to be pulled, I'm just going to go up to the... Oh, actually, there's something else I need to do. Actually, no, I don't think I should. I will need to do... Well, no, I will need to do this. I'm just going to go up to here real quick. I'm just going to put this into the burrow. Actually, it is in the burrow, which is kind of funny. And I'm going to pull this lever, which is getting pulled. So now we just need to wait for somebody to come pull it. Kiddo's pulling it. It's been pulled. We're just going to seal off that. So now we just need this to be carved out. Also, I should note, I have zero plans or idea of how those traders are going to leave the map. That's not my problem, though. The peasant has created Udib Kalaningish, an alpaca bone buckler, and offers it to Burnfrost, the hollow glacier of moistness. Now there's one more thing, which I realize it might sound like I'm saying that a lot. Because I'm not... Well, I could do this after, actually. Yeah, let's do that after. Here we go. Let's do a quick save first. Is Time Bomb still ticking? Time Bomb's still alive. Smitchell, you're just in time. Welcome, Raiders. This isn't going to melt the top layer of the glacier, but we are about to melt a glacier. So if I could get a bunch of water emotes and also a round of beers, and please click on that heart at the top of the stream if you like Dwarf Fort streams, because Smitchell will help you out with much in the way of dwarfing. Pulling this lever. The whole goal of this fort, for those of you who don't know, is... Yes, we have another year! KV's 5. So before this KV dies, I have to turn the surface into liquid. So either lava or water.
A sub for Cavi.
And Time Bomb, the KV, just turned 5. Means we have at least one more year. Because they live from 4 to 8. So after they turn 4, every birthday they have a chance to die. So, lever has been pulled. And I jump up to here. And it begins. One layer above. This is happening. Although there's kind of a problem. I don't know if you're seeing this. I'm going to actually have to go back up to the surface and dig out more of this. But I'm going to go test something now, which is I'm going to tell one dwarf to go up to here and channel through this. And just see what happens. Because if that refreezes, we might be in trouble. If it doesn't, then we all good. Frame rate is 33. Oh, interesting. This is refreezing. Huh. That I wasn't expecting. But I guess it makes sense. Yes! Yes! So it doesn't create a new... Is the stairwell sealed? Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, I'm not spilling back down into the fort, don't worry. If I dig out this layer after the lava touches it, it stays as an open space. That is fucking cool. No, I wanted that. Oh, Marin. Because that means I can reset it. Although, I've got this here, this pillar. And there's something really fucking stupid I could do. Which I probably will do. Which is channel around this. Channel around this. And then go to the very, very edge of the map and channel all the way around it, assuming this actually makes it to the edge of the map, which it probably will. And then cave the whole fucking thing in. Need the pumps to pump harder? They're already pumping pretty hard, man. There is a world where it doesn't make it to the edge, but as long as it gets to one edge of the map, we're good. If it doesn't make it to the edge, then I will let it cool off and I'll dig trenches to help it spread quicker, which won't be hard. Oh. Huh. Valleys, by the way, thanks to the Prime for 14 months. You have to have a bookkeeper in your nobles screen by hitting N in YouTube chat to get specific numbers, and assign a dwarf as bookkeeper, and then assign them to an office with a table and a chair in it. Okay, so the dragon, Somulus Kesmelabak Tulkobim, has come. A gigantic reptilian creature. It is magical and can breathe fire. These monsters can live for thousands of years. Yes, a chair works, but they're happier if you give them a table because they tend to eat in their office. So I just say table and chair, but yes, you only need the chair. You don't actually need the table. They have to be like a speaking intelligent creature to be able to make them into a bookkeeper, so a dragon can't be a bookkeeper. Where is it, though? And the question is there anything on the surface? Holy fuck, there's a Yeti. What does the bottom one have? There we go. That's all that they brought? Oh. Well, okay. Fine then. So it can get into the fort right now, which I should lock. But I want to see it breathe fire at a Yeti. That's what I want to see. Does it have notable kills? Oh, 100% it does. Only 89. I can't fight this, by the way. So if it gets into the fort and doesn't get caught in a cage trap, we're done. I do have cage traps, but... Oh no, they're already in the fort, Necrontier. I don't have any, like, materials that can be made into weapons, Ghosty. Allegedly, this map has silver on it. I haven't found any. So all I have is tin and gold. Pray to the god of fortresses indeed. Honestly, I'd be kind of okay with that. Although I do want to see this as a giant lava field. Frozen poop sword? We'll think about it. I'll try. Actually, now that makes me wonder if they can actually use, like, boulders as part of artifacts. Speaking of. Yeah, no. Cool. You wish traders would show up on bevies of grizzlies in your forts? Demand tribute from the humans. And then when they show up, if you have a mayor, request grizzlies. If you demand tribute, even if they say no, they will still come trade. Okay, so you're over here. Where's the dragon? Well, this is working so far. It doesn't seem to have hit equilibrium. I'm gonna snooze the ads for 5 minutes. So we do have hope. Yeah, because this is it's a Joyous Wilds biome. How old is this dragon? 317? So this is like a 12-year-old dragon. It's not well, it is hostile to demand tribute, but it won't start a war if you do it once. I literally sent one dwarf with no weapons and no skills to demand tribute with 3 different random locations, and 3 different random locations arrive and trade with me. That's all that you need to do. Is my eyes like getting seen through? Not really. Okay, that's good. It's older than the world. That's because the world is the age that the books have been written up until. If they don't have history for it, then they don't know what happened, but that doesn't mean that the world is older than that. It's like, it's the year 2026, but the world is older than 2026 years. Same thing. That's the calendar. That's not the actual age of the world. It's just before they learned to write. I don't need to have this discussion with you, elf poles. I also really like the look of the dragon's face. Looks like a crotchety old grandpa. Uh-oh. Sir, did you remember to bring your bolts? Yeah, you did. Competent crossbowman versus Durgan? Watch him just, like, walk up and just, like, get bopped in the face. The dragon. But he's going the wrong way. He's going, like, north. She's going the wrong way. It's a lady dragon. I know, elf poles, which is why I had the silly response of, I don't need to have this discussion with you, because you know you're being silly. And you know you're being silly. I just want to see this thing breathe some fucking fire, man. As this slowly expands. How many slabs do you think I should queue up? Nobody tell them. They're cooked. Yeah, no. I'm sorry, what? I'm just gonna go here and go Dolomite slabs. And I'm just going to... I'm not letting them in, by the way. Let's make 30 slabs, maybe? I can also turn the burrow off, because we are underground. Despite the danger... Oh, yeah. Could say that a twice. Or a thrice. All right. I'm through the 5-minute ad snooze. I'm just going to run the ads right now. I'm not going to unpause the game. The game's currently paused. So we'll wait until the ads are done. And then we'll see how this goes. Imagine if this was a Monarch's Entourage. I don't have a Baron, so... They have horrible timing? What are you talking about? They have perfect timing. Looks dinky in the snow. It's probably cold, actually. Wicked in YouTube chat. Because they say poor dragon, it looks dinky in the snow. I mean, dragons aren't hot-blooded, right? They're hot-breathed. So, they're like, or they're not warm-blooded. They're like, they're reptilian, right? So it's probably like, got sore joints at very least. Maybe these dwarves have been like following the dragon's torch as a guiding light. So I really hope it fucks up and torches all these migrants, kills that visitor, and then gets caught in one of my cage traps, and then I can train it. That would be like ideal for me. But not necessarily, so we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. You want to name one of the migrants. What do you want to name it? Probably not escaped? Probably not? Or do you want to name it something else? Probably won't escape. Right. It's also not that big of a... You're impervious to the effects of stress. Well, that's good. Dreams of mastering a skill. Too bad. I could let them in, but I really want to see this thing breathe fire. I might open the door, but only after this thing breathes fire. And if it breathes fire on them first, they probably won't make it. It's also not even going towards them right now. It's going north. Bring your dragon to work. All right, who brought the dragon to work today? Hey, look, a fairy. It's more like Appreciate a Dragon Month, because this map's pretty big. And the ocean is still spreading. Slowly, but it's still spreading. Slowly. Why am I expecting like a dwarf's body to just show up in here? Yep. It's coming south. You feel like you're dealing with dragons, except instead of fire breath, they have pukey breath? Well, hopefully they get well soon. That sucks, dude. Very happy I built a wall around the edge of this. Once they enter your map, they're just on your map. They're not like... They're like Forgotten Beasts. They just kind of hang around. But they can destroy drawbridges. Fun fact. So if it like decides to just breathe fire in this direction, it would just obliterate this entire structure. It can also set wood walls on fire. So the migrants are all the way down here. I'm just going to put a meeting zone over here. Can they drown? I don't know. But it can get rid of fire or get rid of water real quickly. Oh my gosh, it doesn't actually melt the ice. It just melts the snow. That's crazy. Well, probably won't survive has been melted. I'm now going to go over here and open this up. And I'm going to go here and delete this. And I'm going to go here and I'm going to turn on the burrow. I'm going to add all the new migrants into the burrow. Run, buddy. I feel like dragon bait should be a name for a character in a Dwarf Fortress run. What? Run, Dragon Bait. You got this, Dwarf. Why did you all stop? You stopped to clean up your puke? Or was there just puke there, unrelated, and you stopped to clean it up? Either way, that's fucking funny. Alright, so now the question is, will it get caught in this cage trap? Do I find out? I don't actually know if they're cage trappable. Should we see if it's cage trappable? Because, like, I don't know if they've changed anything. I haven't seen one since the Siege update. They are? They're still cage trappable? No, they weren't previously. Historically, they were never trap-avoid. But some things have changed since the Siege update, so I don't actually know. Okay, cool. You think it's harder. Wait, what does that mean? You're picturing the fire. Thanks for reminding me about the existence of that fire breathing sound. If I make a video out of this fort, I will use it. All right. Here she goes. There goes Dragon Bait. Okay. We now have a new pet. We now have a new pet. I'm gonna go over to here real quick and go. Probably won't escape. Thigh cut. And Domas. You know what I should do? I should release the dragon when Time Bomb dies. What kind of cage is it in? I think it's a goblin cap. Yes, it is. Fire-breathing dragon stuck in wooden cage, funny. Well, it's mushroom cage, BS. It is funny. I agree. Let's just go here, actually, real quick. Because I have a trillion miners who are currently doing fuck all. So I'm just going to real quick get them doing something useful with their time. Like making more bedrooms. All right. That's some progress. And along here I can do more. Cage may be wooden, but the guilt of being confined is stronger than the in steel. You know, you're not wrong. Okay. I'm gonna turn off the burrow now and see how the lava is doing. It seems to still be spreading enough. Like, is it still expanding? Like I said, it really just needs to hit the edge, like down here, more or less. Bits are refreezing, yeah. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do this. Do this cautiously, but I'm gonna do this. Oh, I think I need to unforbid everything. Which is fine. Oh, no, I didn't, but oh well. I did. It's fine. I do think it's still spreading, but this will help. Nope. I need to be further this way. So let's go up to here. 1, 2, 3. To there. And then over to there. No, I don't need random monster eradicators, thanks. Yeah, I was pretty certain this would probably be an issue, so. I'm not too surprised by all this, to be honest. How am I mitigating the ceiling collapse? Chat? This is the 6th time I've been asked this in the last 2 hours. This is me checking chat's homework. I'll answer it if they can. Sandstorm, yes. Darude Sandstorm, that's how they're doing it. Dwarf science. The only way to cause cave-ins is by completely removing all supports from something. So it's not collapsing because things don't collapse in Dwarf Fort. Oh. 3 more dwarves have been missing for a week. That weren't the first 3 that I memorialized. Huh. Wonder if I torched them. Yeah, wild. Okay. Also, we are sitting in the, what is it, low 30s frame rate? I mean, that's kind of understandable considering. You found that out by embarking in human towns and mining out everything but the last block of a house. Oh, embark anywhere can be wild sometimes, eh? Sorry, you're only paying half attention. Oh, you're gonna fail the test. I'll give you a B+ for participation, though. More or less that. I mean, Dwarf Fortress used to have cave-ins, Jaboni. Back in, like, pre-2011? But they removed them when caverns were added, because there's, like, wide open spaces in the caverns. So if they were to re-add them the way they were, it would be very easy to generate a world that would essentially just make the entire map cave in on itself. So it was, like, commented out and put on pause for a very long time. You paid back when there was cave-ins? Why'd you stop? Game was free back then. Sorry, I'm just making jokes. Yeah, the kind of, I guess, it is still expanding, chat. Very slowly, but it's still expanding. This will speed it up quite a bit, though. Anyways, you know what? I'm just going to pause this a little bit, because it'll get back to where it is pretty quickly. And this little side entryway will help it expand much faster. I've spanned the time bomb. I mean, the reason the frame rate's so low isn't really because of this. Also, for whatever it's worth, the last time I did this kind of ice melting was in Waterlungs, and the frame rate on that fort was like 4. So it just goes to show how much, like, how many performance additions have been made to the game. The game runs so much better than it used to. It's a little bit silly, actually. You can cave in structures, but the player has to manufacture it kind of artificially. Okay, this is super cool to watch. They just like appear and disappear periodically. No, it's all good, Lava. I like poking fun at typos because I think they're just funny to me. You also reminded me, Lava, probably unintentionally, most definitely unintentionally. There was a person who popped into the chat, and I'll say when in a moment, and said, hey, I need some help. And they were like asking for tips on like how to play. And then I realized that they were definitely playing an outdated version of the game. This was pre-Steam. I was playing on version 47.04, I think. It might have been version 44 at the time, but I think it was 47. And they were just like, asking for help and tips and stuff, and I was doing my best to assist and reminding them of hotkeys and things and pointing stuff out. And then I mentioned guild halls, and they were like, oh, I don't have that menu. I was like, oh, you must be playing an older version of the game. What version of the game are you playing? And they just said, oh, I don't know, actually. I mean, I just bought this. I was like, yeah. Sorry, you what? I'm like, yeah, I bought the game at a store. I'm like, excuse me? You paid for Dwarf Fortress? Yeah, it came with a book and a CD with the game on it. Because there was a guidebook that was officially made in 2012, I want to say. And somebody somewhere bought that book, put the game onto a disc, and put it into a box, and somehow that ended up in a store, and this person went out and bought it. This person had no idea that the game was free, that you could just go download it. And like they shared a copy of like the disc. It was like a little jewel case with a CD in it, and it had a little printout with like the Bay 12 Games logo and everything on it. Like somebody made that and sold. I mean that book's a collector's item. Like it's out of print. Like it's not super easy to find these days, I don't think, unless they reprinted it. But like genuinely one of the funniest like interactions I've ever had related to Dwarf Fortress, maybe ever. Yeah, no, they got a book and like a copy. Like I could see that making a lot of sense, you know, like if you have copies of that book in a store and just like, you know, burning a couple copies to a CD or putting it on like a memory stick so that, you know, whoever ends up playing it could like access it in theory. Like that makes some sense. I actually get that. Like that is a relatively reasonable thing to do, I would say. But in the context of just, like, never had heard of the game, stumbled upon it in a used bookstore that has some games, I was like, oh yeah, no, I just bought a copy of the game. It's like, you, what? This game is free. I'm not saying you got duped, but, like, you kind of got duped, man. Yeah, well, now you know, gamer guy, in YouTube chat. Now you know. Yeah, apparently it was just an executable. C2X25. Anyway, I'll be honest. If I found a copy of, like, version 30-something Dwarf Fortress on a disc with that book in a bookstore, I would probably buy it. Because somebody went through the effort of making that, and that is weirdly cool. But yeah, they were far enough back they didn't even have, like... They didn't even have, like, what's the word? Caverns. Like, that's how far back that copy of the game was. So, it was pretty far behind. Did I already explain how channeling helps? I mean, what's there to explain? It's just the lava's going to flow into the channel, so it'll distribute more evenly. I'm going to basically go around the edge and then do a couple, like, spaces around that are deeper that'll fill up quickly on their own and basically act as pools of lava, so that when it spreads, it'll fall into the pools and then fill those pools up. Like, I'll probably put one around the edge of this, potentially. But basically, it's just to spread the lava around a little bit more. Yeah. It's like if a liquid is evaporating and you give it, like, trenches to run along. When it overflows, it has those trenches so that it has more space to not evaporate, basically. Is the dragon available to name? I mean, sure. I don't see why not. Maybe don't name it Mr. Potato Head, but... I mean, maybe name it Mr. Potato Head. Actually, I'm not your parent. You do what you want with your life. I wouldn't name it Mr. Potato Head. I don't know why that's, like, the first thing that comes to mind, but... Sure, yeah. I would... Unless chat objects, I think the dragon should be available to name. Don't see an issue there. Well, actually, no. You would name it Mrs. Potato Head because it's a Ms. It's not a Mista. It's a lady dragon. So as long as it's, like, you know, a relatively suitable-ish name for a lady dragon, then yeah, sure. Yeah, exactly, Dracula. Ms. Dragon Man, you mean? Although it's not a dragon person, it's just a dragon, but... That's going to be really dangerous. I should delete that last one. Lanix withdraws from society. Oh, the other thing I'm going to do... You know, actually, I think I'm just going to start re-enabling tasks on my miners. Just let them do other things. Because I am going to need them to do other things. Starting now, more or less. I mean, sure, that is a line from Wayne's World, but that's also like a thing that a trillion other things have said. That's more like just a reference to pop culture in Wayne's World than anything. Like, I would never think of that as specifically a Wayne's World quote, but what do I know? I wouldn't describe myself as a super big fan of Wayne's World. I saw that movie once and it was fine. Never saw the sequel, though. Although, actually, No Stairway to Heaven is like the one bit from Wayne's World that I really remember. It was childhood? I mean, technically it was mine, too. It wasn't a movie that I rewatched a ton or anything. Shouldn't take too long. Let's see if you kill yourself doing this. Let's see. Lanix has claimed a stoneworker shop and immediately runs off to go make an artifact. The Steam version it released, you made a world and you really liked it due to not knowing how the save files worked. I saved over the initial save of the fresh world. Wait, what do you mean you saved? Sorry, Camouflage. How did you save over it? I'm actually like kind of perplexed as to how you did that. Like, did you make another world with the same name? You should be able, like, it should save them separately. But as Flying Monkey says, like, you should be able to do that. I think I like that version of the song more than the original, actually, Gamer Guy. Ballroom Blitz in Wayne's World. Well, rest in peace, Camouflage. It's unfortunate. Happens to the Dwarfiest of us. I mean, you died the best way you possibly could die in this fortress. With the warm embrace of lava. Oh my god, look at this. That is really fucking neat. I gotta be honest, that's super goddamn cool. Although I have to make sure this doesn't or stop thawing. Like, I gotta put a pillar above this so that that doesn't thaw. Yeah, they're very camouflaged. Let's also go here and go slabs. If you see something where you don't understand that's happening, it's probably not a bug most of the time. I have no idea what you're talking about. Why leave the wagon there? Because chat told me to. Asked if they wanted me to leave the wagon or destroy the wagon, and they said leave the wagon, so I left the wagon. I have no idea what you're talking about, Richie Lovey. And I've never seen a character teleport onto an enemy. Unless you're saying they're getting toilet paper on a killed enemy, in which case, no, because dwarves don't poop, so they don't need toilet paper. But, like, what did you see happen that you think character teleported onto a dead enemy? I mean, what you might be seeing is a ghost, but... Dwarves can sprint, oh yeah. That or you blinked and they skipped a tile. Or they jumped. They could have jumped too. Or they fell from a higher layer. or something launched them into the air and then they fell down a layer. There's all kinds of things that could happen. Were they alive before they charged in, Richie? Like, were they alive before the dwarf appeared there? There is a bug where, like, ghosts will just look like alive dwarves. Also, the ads are running, so I'll pause game. There is a bug where ghosts will look like alive dwarves, like they'll have the wrong flesh tint. So it could be like a ghost that appeared and killed something, but that would be pretty clear, because usually the game tells you. Like, were they naked, actually, I guess would be the question if you're not in an ad. Yeah, you're in an ad. Okay. What, you mean like the Grim Reaper, the chimney sweeper? This Grim Reaper came to collect his debt. I need to listen to Grim Reaper by King Gizzard now. That's what I'm doing after stream chat. I'm gonna go listen to that song. Maybe, gamer guy, but like, usually you can tell that they're moving in a direction because the game tells you. But, and you see them do individual turns. So unless you're playing an ASCII, that wouldn't happen. Gamer guy in YouTube chat. You caught fire in the lava that I'm digging around in right now. Camouflage. I was being risky and thought maybe you would be smart with your pathing and you weren't and you died. I thought a dwarf would be smart. That was my mistake. Okay, so I still gotta do all this. Still gotta do all that. All of this. Yeah, we're getting there. Actually, for dwarves, there is no pain or negative thoughts associated with being on fire, so it's probably not the worst way to go, actually. Bleeding doesn't cause pain. The only thought associated with it is, like, choking on smoke, so... I don't know, you choked for a bit and then you died. So maybe not the worst way to go, maybe not the best way to go. You know, I might actually keep this entryway here. Could make this into a pretty rad reservoir if I needed to. I have no idea what's likely to change with the magic update because I have no idea what Tarn is adding in the magic update. I know exactly what you know, which is almost nothing aside from Tarn is working on magic stuff that's related to the siege stuff. So genuinely, I don't have a clue. Your guess is as good as mine. Why did that get canceled? What? I mean, I could check. I don't know what god you worshipped, but maybe you were one of the few dwarves in the fort that worshipped the god of suicide. So you were just like, take me away, master! End my life in glory and death. Mostly death. How's the pumping power of this doing? Still good? While they're all working on that, I'm gonna go make some bedrooms. Or finish up making some bedrooms. Let's just go to here. Let's do dolomite for some of these. So we'll have different housing blocks that are different colors. Buy smoke way more often than wounds? Put the fires out then. Just dump some water on it. Although I will say that trauma from wounds is worse than trauma from smoke, so if you're gonna pick one, I would honestly take the smoke. We're almost there, and then we can try this again. Progress. Progress. So a dwarf got stripped of his equipment when falling after being attacked by an agitated giant wren. I mean, so equipment like clothing and gear, metal or not, takes damage. And when it's being repeatedly punched or attacked or bit or beaten or whatever, it degrades significantly faster than it does normally. So it is highly possible, if not likely even, that they didn't get stripped of their clothing. They probably just had all their clothing destroyed or gear destroyed. Another thing is, when it comes to, like, gear getting stripped off of dwarves, it is also possible for, how do I put this? It's possible for wrestlers to grab clothing and wrestle it off of them. So, like, if you're playing an adventure mode as an example, you could grab somebody's helm and rip it off, but you could also grab their underwear and rip it off. Doesn't matter how many pairs of armor and clothing they have on underneath it. You could grab a sock inside of a shoe and rip that off successfully if you're good at wrestling and strong. So you can have some really strange occurrences there. Like, I've bit somebody's tongue out of their mouth while stabbing them with a sword and holding onto their foot with my toe. You've seen many Let's Plays. You have not seen many Let's Plays of the new update yet. What's your opinion on the old methods of locking up the fort? You kind of can't. Like, they will just dig into your fort unless you disable it. Like, what's my opinion? I mean, the new siege weapons are really strong. The changes to the old ones are really strong. But, like, there aren't many Let's Plays because there aren't enough people making content to this game, damn it. Kind of wish more people would. It'd be nice. Yeah, no, genuinely, it's just, the game is harder now. It's not impossible by any stretch. Because Dwarf Fortress has always been obtuse. It hasn't been particularly hard in the time I've played. But it has been obtuse. And these scholars don't even have a library, so you're going to have to select something else. I have a lot of miners. Mostly miners. Scholars and knowledge isn't really the strong suit of this fort. We dig, And one of the first characters I encountered in this fortress was a goblin who denounced mining. Maybe it was a warning. Maybe that goblin had a point, actually. Engineers, I will repeat myself. I mostly have miners. I do have some mechanics and I have a mechanic and some pump operators. But I mostly have miners. And a fuckload of peasants, apparently. Yeah, my editor did a good job on it. Is it normal that my traction engines appear with a river water texture in stockpiles? I haven't noticed that. Maybe? Sounds like a bug. Let's go mechanic. Okay. Family Noir is never in the slightest bit cheerful about everything. And she is conflicted by this as she values confidence. And she is conflicted by this as she values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. Things change. She lacks confidence in her abilities and finds herself changing her mind to agree with somebody else, and she is brave in the face of imminent danger. She's somewhat quarrelsome and she's bothered by this, and she values friendship. She prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible, and she personally feels discouraged. She has a greedy streak, and she is not she doesn't try to get things done perfectly. She's not particularly interested in what others think of her and can handle stress. She finds helping others emotionally rewarding and likes a little excitement now and then. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. She dreams of creating a great work of art, and this dream was realized, and personally finds introspection to be a waste of time. Values loyalty and finds romance distasteful and doesn't care if others take the time to master skills. She likes schist and silver and kunzite, as well as coral and the color brown, specifically brown. Battle axes, flasks, and cows for their haunting moves. Blood gnats for their pulsating, lumpy bodies. And the words of the sports of beginning in the sight of the meandering skirt, when possible, prefers to consume clownfish, papaya wine, and 2-grain wheat flour and round limes, and hates jumping spiders. You have a pet turkey and a bunch of friends, actually. You're a member of the Pointy Creed, which is the most popular religion by a long shot. Welcome, Fort. Yes, you? Man, this is so fucking neat to watch, by the way. So fucking neat. Oh, cool. Okay, so it did still freeze over, but it just didn't re-break. Okay, so I've got a bunch more of these that I gotta do. Although, actually, I could just go underneath them. Except for this last one. Let's get rid of that. That one's getting done. Okay. Who's ready for a second attempt? Let's go here. Time bomb lives on for the moment. All hail Lord Deller. You know, to me, when you read that and I read it out loud, I feel like my brain tells me that I just read Old Yeller. Hey, chat. Can I get a big pile of water and lava? Because we're about to do the thing again. You know what I mean. We're about to do the thing again. YouTube, you guys can just post squares of the correct color. All right. That's good. That's good. There's one right there. Dwarves have arrived to trade. You right there. Let's go to here. Let's leave this in the burrow. But turn on the burrow. Early autumn, correct, which is why we have traders. KV is 5, by the way. Watch is on. It's a damn shame this isn't the world that had the a KV boar god or something. Or like a bunny rabbit god. We do have that dragon, though. The outpost liaison Zon says, I'm your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. Merit deserves reward. I come empowered to establish this colony as official land of our realm. No, I have not finished my goal yet. YouTube just made a bunch of, or Cesardes in YouTube chat just made a bunch of rainbow squares. I mean, hey, I said appropriate colors. I wasn't specific. Just waiting on that to get dug out. Time flies. I mean, that's why I streamed for, what, 13 hours yesterday? Also to make up for lost time. Didn't even make the daily minimum yesterday, though. Which, but oh well. Happens. I'm going to say what I always say when people make very abstract concepts. I don't know. I think that this game is entertaining enough that I have thousands and thousands and hours of this game. I don't think this game should or should not have anything. I think this game should have exactly what the developers want in a format that fits their vision. When you say, should the game require some sort of in-game information discovery? If you're talking about a tech tree, fuck no. So, no. I guess would be my answer to that question. But please don't ask me abstract questions as to like what I think should or shouldn't be in the game, because it's almost always very difficult for me to answer and just leads to like kind of unnecessary speculation. So please be kind. Don't force me into unnecessary speculation for no real purpose. Wow. You really decided to do this the slowest possible way possible, hey?
You've got that dog in you.
Huh? What? Chat, can I get a round of beers for Sandrews, please? The heck do you mean by that? Mate, I'm 31. How am I a Zoomer? Zoomer is an attitude, not an age. False. Disagree. Incorrect. Not true. Nope. Are they not connecting that? I should just leave the burrow off for a moment until we finish shit. What the hell are you doing? I mean, Generation Alpha has been playing Dwarf Fortress for the last, what, 10 years or so? There's been kids playing Dwarf Fortress as long as I've been around. I use some Zoomer slang, but I'll be completely honest with you. I don't go out of my way to keep up with it. I don't reject it when I hear it, but it's just kind of a... I'm only as knowledgeable as things I encounter, and I haven't encountered that before, nor have I seen it used before, so... I don't fucking know what you're talking about. But I will set you on fire and eject you out of an airlock if you start using certain terms at me. Sup, Michael? Call me. How's things? Why the fuck are they not? Okay, that's mildly irritating. I thought that I told you to do this. I need that to be plugged up. What the fuck are you doing? Also, what the fuck are you doing? Is the way blocked or something? Oh. Duh. Okay, now this makes sense. Got my levers confuddled. Do I have to repeat what I said earlier, Jaboni? The game used to have that, and it made things take a very, 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 very long time. Well, not exactly that. The game had something similar to that, but with the economy system. What's the point of just slowing the game down, really? I'll tell you this. I'm not a game developer. I'm not a game designer. I know what I like and I know what I don't like. But if you say a very abstract question about a game's design, my response is usually just going to be, because genuinely, that doesn't, I don't think necessarily slowing down the game for no real discernible purpose is a good thing. Especially in a world where people complain about lag and the game being slow already. So I don't know, man. I guess it really depends on what you're asking, but at the end of the day, it's not my place to say, and I don't know. Sorry for being a twit. But, I mean, you've probably, yeah, exactly. You've probably been served by a Gen Alpha at, like, McDonald's. But what do you mean by fort maintenance? Fort maintenance would imply that, like, stuff would break down. Well, I mean, it does, but, like, break down at a speed that most people would even notice, which I would say that most people don't currently. Man, this dwarf is slow. Currently, most industries don't break down in dwarf forts, so. Cut gems, what else do you need? Let's go with this guy. Mate, I had a job at 16. Honestly, I think that, like, having a job at 16 was one of the best things I ever did for myself. Gave me some spending money. I could buy the cool keyboard I wanted. And thanks for the resub, Bellinair. Good to see you, man. Got to buy the cool keyboard that can I get a shout out for Bellinair, please? I got to buy the cool keyboard that I wanted. I got to have some spending money. I got to, I don't know, buy skins in a video game I was playing at the time. You have to make Totally Not a Dwarf Fortress clone. You know, I respect and admire anybody who tries to make an actual game that emulates what Dwarf Fortress does because it's such an ambitious endeavor. Even if, like, it never really goes anywhere, because there's, like, that one game, Dwarf, there's, like, Goblin Camp is, like, a loosely inspired by Dwarf Fortress game. I mean, there's the obvious ones that people buy on Steam. But
13 is a lucky number, yay.
Thank you very much for the Prime sub as well, Michael Conway. Appreciate it, man. You need more skeletons. Could butcher a dragon.
This is madness!
Madness?
Stoned hobo.
Yeet. I talked about Kenshi a bunch at the beginning of the stream. Scroll back to the beginning of the stream and see there. I don't really play Kenshi, is the short version. You told me to not just fail to send a shout out because you couldn't remember how to spell Belliner. You know that if you hit tab, it'll autocomplete, right? Just type in BEL tab will probably do her. Link is what I want. How's your Friday going, Hobo? I would very much prefer Ghost if you let people who haven't claimed anything claim things, because you've already claimed something today. I don't restrict it because I try not to be mean, but let people claim things. Don't hog it all to yourself. It's on a cooldown, like, share. If you don't want to name things after yourself, that's on you. If Camo wants to claim something, let Camo claim something. Camo had a dwarf today that died. Let Camo claim something if Camo wants to claim something. Let's just let... Basically, if a dwarf dies, let them die. And if you've already claimed something today, don't hog it all. You know, I put a cooldown on it for a reason. Don't make me restrict it further. I don't really want to do that. Camo couldn't claim one yesterday. That's not your problem. Okay? Why is this so complicated? You've already claimed one thing today. Let somebody else claim it. Like Stevie Wonder McGee the 32 1994 69 XXX in chat might want to redeem something. Let them redeem something. You know? I don't know why that was the made up non-existent username that I thought of off the top of my head, but that's where my brain went. One of my peasants has given birth to a baby. And the Farmers Guild are begging for a guild again. Oh no. I probably should give them a guild. All right, let's pop this up. Lock, well, actually, let's just wait. This is all enabled. I'm gonna lock this. Go to this. I'm gonna lock this. I'm gonna go to this. I'm gonna pull this lever. All right, chat. There she goes. I'm calling out my lurker ult. Yeah, exactly. It was between that or XXX Sephiroth XXX is usually my default, not a real username to go to. Hit chat. May have fucked up. Maybe not. I should have checked how close this was to the layer below. Okay, well, caving in the surface is gonna do some fun stuff. I'm gonna let this fill. An ad break is running. I will be back in a moment. Well, it's filling. Let's see how far it's going. Thanks, Bert. That's funny. A+. For those of you who missed that, Bert just gifted a sub to Sephiroth 4X's. 420 Blaze it, yeah. I feel like people don't really do that anymore, and there's part of me that's kind of sad. Just like the absurd, like, that absurdist era of usernames. But at the same time, I'm kind of happy that people don't really do that anymore. The rule is literally just share. Like, let other people have a chance to name things. And so you're asking me, Ghosty, can you name a thing? Yeah. But, like, let other people do things, and you, if somebody dies, maybe don't, like, immediately rename that thing. There's a lot of people that haven't gotten to redeem it or name it. Let other people have it. That's literally it. Like, that's it. It's a pretty simple rule, I think. Like, if it's available for, like, an hour, nobody redeems it, then go nuts. I don't know. But don't snipe it, basically. Lanix, the miner, has created Nima Kidanan Daturnitim, a dolomite statue of Alpha Ivy Trades. Huh. Okay, now that's kind of interesting. What the hell is this? Holy fucking butts, that's a lot of dwarves. I don't know who that is, so I will just throw it there and take a look. There's a just fucking dead, like, fluffy Lambler right there. That's funny. All right. I need to make a Farmers Guild. Sam Texagon.
40 months. How time flies.
I mean, who knows? How do you know if it flies? Maybe it, like, walks just very briskly. But yeah. I'm becoming acutely aware of how long I've been doing this based on resubs. Appreciate it, though. Thank you very much for keeping that sub alive. And helping keep the channel funded. Don't know what else I could put in here. Kind of don't have much, actually, because I haven't been making much. Just let the dwarves work on that. This is going to be a farmer's guild, so I will allow this. I'm also going to go here and harvest some... Oh, never mind. Can't actually, because they're done trading already. Too late. Got 2 gem cutters. And 1 male jeweler, so I could give you a gem cutter. Which one would you prefer? Celestine? We got Cadol or Zephon. Cadol's much happier, though. It flows, maybe phases. You know, phases works. I could truck with that. Teaching people manners. I don't know if teaching people manners. But manners would be like sit up straight, which I'm certainly not doing. Cattle? Cat. Trying. Can't wait. Can we turn an ocean into a glacier? No, I don't think you can, actually. There isn't really anything that makes cold. She is prone to... That would actually be really neat if, like, forgotten beasts that were made of ice or snow, like, froze water when they walked over it. Anyway, she is prone to hatreds and often develops negative feelings. She accepts favors without developing a sense of obligation, preferring to act as the current situation demands. She is very friendly and always tries to say nice things. And she is conflicted by this, by her nature, since she would ideally prefer more strife in her life. She is... I completely lost my spot. Hold on. She likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract, and she is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments. She does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and she's conflicted by this as she values artwork and its creation. She can handle stress, and she has a greedy streak. She doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. She is not particularly interested in what others think of her, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day and is a hardened individual. She dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally sees cooperation as very important in life and doesn't respect a society that is settled into harmony without debate and strife. She respects the development of his skill and doesn't really value merrymaking. Water still freezes, but the player can't freeze water. Like, if there is a ocean that doesn't freeze, I can't freeze it, I guess. But yeah, if you're in an area with a cold winter and winter happens, yes, it'll freeze. Sure, but that's kind of a different question then, right? Like, I could freeze cavern water. Yes. That I could do. But... yeah. She likes malachite, fine pewter, and green diamond, giant cardinal leather, the color emerald, diamonds... Wow. And diamonds just unrelated. You just like diamonds in general. Warhammers and hatch covers and cavies for their adorable call. Blue jay men for their coloration. And when possible prefers to consume donkey and radish plants. And wine. You like wine. You like wine and diamonds. That's what I was thinking. Fancy tastes indeed. She absolutely hates toads. Can't stand them. She is very skinny, and her somewhat greasy hair is coiled. She has one friend who's named Urist, who's also a Gelder. And you're also a member of the Pointy Creed. Progress. Lava do be pooling. If anybody wants to see us in ASCII, it looks like this currently. And if I move up a level, it looks like that. And if I move up yet another level, it looks like this. You've seen goblin blood freeze after battles? Yeah, but that's got nothing to do with the fact that it's goblin blood. Blood will freeze after battles. So will dwarven blood, so will human blood. I mean, even in the tropics, I mean, that would mean that it's cold enough that other things should be freezing. But there's no temperature difference between Dwarven and Goblin blood. At least that I know of. Am I draining this? Yeah, I am. This has lost like 1 layer, 2 layer, 3 layers. That's kind of nuts. I've got citizens apply, or long-time visitors applying to become citizens, which is kind of fun. And let's go take a look at that statue, actually. Oh, hasn't been placed yet. Oh, it's probably not in the burrow. Which also I should turn off. Let's do 30. The pumps are made of nethercap. Nethercap is a special material that never goes above the color of freezing, or temperature of freezing. So they're basically cold all the time, so you can pump lava with it. It's the only lava-safe wood in the game. She could be queen. What, the dwarf that was just named? I mean, I don't have the ability to give a queen out, but I could give a dwarf a barony. Also, chat, we are $9 away from the daily minimum. Yesterday we missed it by $10, but we are currently $9 away from the daily minimum, mostly because there's been a lot of resubs overnight, but we're making it. Actually, I want to check. How's the video doing? Yes, what Ilmirin said. They have a fixed point of temperature. Apathetic rabbit. Definitely helping. Appreciate it, mate. Chat, can I get a round of beers for the apathetic rabbit? The video from the other day? Sam, thanks for the 5-pack. Probably cleared it now. The video from the other day has 1,969 likes right now, so that's nice.
Kuhn Green Tea _
Thanks for the
X
dollar
cheered.
green tea.
X100.
It's almost a hype train.
Wee.
Yeah, I chopped down most of the nether cap for it too. I was planning to use metal, but I literally just couldn't find enough metal. This is continuing to fill. Like, this is probably about as far as it's going to get right now, but now we just need to wait for these lower levels to fill. You liked the Necromancer video? Cheers, mate. Glad you
Ilmrin
liked it.
cheered. X100.
Yeah, see, this is what we need.
This is
We
where I'd put my
need
metal
this to fill
reserves.
quickly.
If I had any.
What, in my chat is where you'd put your metal reserves? Needs one more subscription or $2 in bits to level up. Appreciate the hype train, chat. About this direction. to think maybe I should have dug around this. Let them go this way as well. But it is melting again. It's still working. It's got further that it'll go because it'll get out to the edge of where it got the last time, which is around here. So it will get that far. And then it will eventually fill this up. Over the prone chain, Goose was cracking you up. Yeah. That Goose knows what it did. Committing crimes. I mean, my foot feels a bit better, but not much. Ashrock. Trying. Surviving. For those of you who don't know, I have 5 broken bones in my foot. Dropped a bicycle on it. Kind of hurt real bad, but such is life. I will survive. I didn't hear no honk. That Goose will honk no mo. Let me tell you. Yeah, this is still spreading. Slowly, but it's still spreading. Oh, hey, we got 2 ghosts that are haunting the fortress simultaneously. I don't actually know why those jobs got canceled, but they did. Must have just been we didn't have enough slabs. Those are the dwarves that got blasted by the dragon. Cheers, it is in fact Friday. Hello, Emily, how are you today? Sword looks cool, by the way. Hope you are able to clean it up nicely. Okay, so all these doors are getting installed. Throw additional beds in. Throw additional doors in. And then let's just go to the bottom of this. Gives me an additional 24 bedrooms. Let's give these pissy dwarves beds. Prioritize them. At the mayor. Mayor didn't have a bed. Poor bastard. A lot of married dwarves in this fort, it seems. Oh, these dwarves are claiming these quick. I don't even need to do it. Oh, how did you end up 2 bedrooms? Imagine being the lucky dwarf that ended up with 2 bedrooms. Spoiled bastard. Thank you very much for the Hype Train chat with 10 subscriptions and $3 in bits. Appreciate you. First and only Hype Train of the stream so far. Okay. I'll just deal with that. How old is the time bomb? 5. And time bomb is right next to a dragon. Which, when time bomb dies, I will simply release the dragon. Is what I'm going to do. For you, 2 people got married and they keep their original bedrooms? Oh no, they absolutely do, yeah. But you can, like, condense them down. First ghost has been put away. Progress is being made. This is continuing to spread. These are continuing to spread. You know, slowly. I mean, dwarves' maximum age is 50 to 70, and I've had dwarves, or sorry, 50 to 80, and I've had dwarves make it to 80. Schroeder's radioactive KV. KV dies, hitting the detector, which releases the dragon, and then we find the fortress is alive or dead. Yeah. This is pretty dope looking, I'm not gonna lie. In case we have time to do more lava shenanigans, I'm going to play as if we'll be able to do more lava shenanigans. Thought dwarves lived until like 160? Nope. 180 is the maximum possible. Well, 179 actually. They'll die on their 180th birthday. Am I missing any? Let's see. No. Cool. Now let's take a look at cabinets. I'm just going to tell you guys to take items from here. Because it'll speed this process up. They keep going to God knows where to get rocks. And if they just go there and back all the time, it'll speed things up a lot. There we go. No, I said 180. My bad if I didn't enunciate enough, but 180. Slightly higher than 80. Continuing to spread. Continuing to spread. Getting deeper. Getting wider. Almost as far as it made it previously. It is starting to make a few gaps, but that's okay. So in a tank designing game, you made a forklift that carries a crate with a cannon sticking out of it. Oh, so you're playing Gary's mod. Yep, the ice on top melts, but the surface above it doesn't, and I have a support here, which is connected to a lever. And pulling that support will drop this ice down, teleport the water up to God knows where, probably expose a fuck ton of lava, make my frame rate really bad, and cause absolute pandemonium, and I can't wait. Which will probably end with me actually having an ocean of lava, but that or it'll just make a fuck ton of obsidian instantly, and then the whole thing will flood again. I don't actually know what's going to happen, so I can't wait to pull that lever. No, I'm going to release the dragon when Time Bomb dies. The gremlin did not survive. The gremlin died randomly, I'm actually not sure what killed it. But the gremlin died during the, like, extreme frame rate drops during the fire beast invasions. I don't actually know what killed it. I just found a gremlin skeleton one day. We had a gremlin in the fort for a minute, yeah. Actually, speaking of the gremlin, is my gremlin cage accessible again? I don't think so. I think it's encased in obsidian, actually. Yeah, no. My gremlin catcher is still encased in obsidian. The water here is still slowly draining. So there's that. Because there's not supposed to be water here at all. This was dry originally. It's a bug bat. Another bug bat. But there's a forgotten beast right there, so. Did the gremlin have a name? No. No, it was not named. They have to join the fortress to get a name, which it wasn't here long enough to join the fortress. So this is going to be an additional lava reservoir. This is actually doing pretty well. It's breaking up over here, which is fine. It's breaking up over there, which is fine. But this is continuing to spread. Slowly, but it's continuing to spread. This is also continuing to spread. Why is Time Bomb? Time Bomb is a metaphor. It's named Time Bomb so that when the KV dies, I have to end the fort. Which is why my priorities in this fort might seem like ass backwards to at a glance. Because I'm expecting this fort to die within 8 years, basically. I mean, the whole point of being in a cavern is that there's forgotten beasts everywhere. And, like, scarier monsters. Like, cavern forts are, like... Historically, people were too scared to even dig to the caverns. And you're like, they're more dangerous than I thought. It's like, yeah. I mean, Time Bomb is fine, and you should go give him pets. Kill this style. He's a guinea pig, after all. A migrant died to a jabber. Jabbers are fucking mean, dude. It's excellent that stopped because it was, like, game-breakingly, like, laggy. So, as somebody who likes this game to be good, they used to be significantly worse than those even. But they made them nicer, then they became game-breaking, then they became better, and now they're better because at least you have variety. But I'm sure they'll get harder again. Crocodile pets and fungus. Gotcha, gotcha. What happened to the dragon? It's in a cage. And the dragoons are in Age of Empires. Unless you're in an ad, in which case I'll answer that again in 40 seconds. And you only found lava at -110? Yep. You've got less erosion in your world than mine. Oh, I didn't start with any gremlins in this fort. That was the previous fort, like 5 forts ago. That was the one I made the video out of. That was like back in October. What do you want me to name the child? I'm not gonna name it Pet Time Bomb. Do you want me to name it Killed with Style? Which would be ironic. Okay. Coolbach. How's Coolbach look? 14? He never feels discouraged and is stingy with resources and refuses to expend any extra effort. He's not driven and rarely feels the need to pursue even a modest success. He often finds himself changing his mind to agree with somebody else and tries to do things correctly each time and often feels lustful. He can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. He has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. He has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and he doesn't handle stress well. He's a friendly individual, and he tends to make a small mess with his own possessions. He occasionally overindulges and always snaps his fingers when he's greeting somebody. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally believes that peace is always preferable to war. Values sacrifice and values artwork and does not care about friendship. He likes selenite and zinc and pink garnet and elephant seal leather, giant wombat tooth figurines and the sound of the lavender aquamarine, and when possible prefers to consume turnip plants and durian wine and blade weed seeds. He absolutely hates rats. He is corpulent and his hair is quite dense. His mom and dad are Necrontyr and Zelesto. This is perfect. And this is perfect because your dad owns Time Bomb. Like, Time Bomb is your dad's pet. So, that is actually perfect. Emily is still alive. This down here needs to be... a Farmer's Guild, which I probably failed, but maybe I didn't. I failed it once. I don't want to fail it twice. And then I should actually make a mayor's office, because I don't actually have a mayor's office yet. Almost there. And, let's do the mayor's office down here. Office. Dining hall. Should be fine. You're unhappy? I mean, yeah, you're one of the rare ones, actually. I mean, things are getting less terrible for these dwarves right now. I mean, they do actually have, like, bedrooms that are getting made, and I'm giving them furniture now, finally, after more or less a trillion years. And giving them places and ways of putting away their clothing. So, you know, we're making progress. What do the different colors in the personality mean? Like in the dwarf's personality? So, like, yellow is temporary, is currently more fearless. Purple is a change. So in their thoughts, they have memories. And if they have a reoccurring memory, positive or negative, it could change their personality. So this dwarf got caught in a snowstorm. And then eventually, after thinking about it enough, they began to accept it and learned to become less, and is now less orderly but did learn to value decorum. So they got a little bit scattered after the trauma from that snowstorm, but they now value art more. That's what that means. So like they saw a gremlin's dead body, and it made them inclined to avoid excitement. It's like, well, okay, you know what? I'm tired of living in interesting times, kind of thing. Does that make sense? What is the likelihood of clothes dropped on the floor eventually put away? Well, they have nowhere for them to put them right now. So they will fill up the floor, and if they don't have anywhere to put their clothing in their bedroom, it'll just end up on the floor and stay on the floor in their bedroom, and then when they have more clothing, they'll leave them distributed about. So if, like, it belongs to this dwarf, and this dwarf doesn't own a bedroom, it'll stay there forever. But if they leave it there long enough, eventually they'll lose claim over it. But if you give them a bedroom and you give them a cabinet, they will then put their clothing in the cabinet, and then they will fill up the cabinet with their clothing. So clothing will start to get put away if you give them a cabinet. So like this is a dwarf with multiple sets of clothing. Eventually they will put their clothing away. So that's what that means. I think I've cleared that, right? When a dwarf disdains stoicism, they get more angry? I mean, it means they're showing their emotions more, and they're, I guess, an angry person. You know, this is a fort that is quite laggy, which probably would bother somebody. I think it makes perfect sense that this fort is as laggy as it is. I don't know if you guys agree, but this is truly a fort that, like, should be lagging. As far as I'm concerned. Because of everything that's going on in it. Oh, I thought that... I mean, that is, like, a genuine question. But... It's just hurting your mind? I mean, it's not even that. It's like... It's the lava upstairs. So, like, this is calculating the temperature and the distribution of the lava and all that, plus the temperature of all of this going up and down. So, like, this rock is constantly heating and cooling, plus the temperature and direction of this water slowly flowing that way. So, like, yeah, there's a lot of things. Also, like, I'm pumping the lava out of the lava sea, right? Which is inadvertently draining this. So this tube of lava is draining. And eventually this one will start draining. Yeah, this one's draining too. So this one is draining. That one is draining. It's all flooding down actively. And then into here, whoops, the bottom of this, which is pumping from right here. Yeah. There's a lot going on. In fact, I'm actually kind of impressed by how well this fort is running. Remember, the last time I did something like this was in Waterlungs, and if you go watch it's on the main YouTube channel, but if you go watch the last VOD of Waterlungs, you'll see how fucking horribly that fort ran by the end. That fort was running at, ooh, I shit you not, like... 10 frames a second? Maybe 15? Maybe 15. Like, I stopped playing that fort because it got unpleasant to play. So... we just need to reach this. Once they reach this, we're cooking. Huh, that's interesting. But I don't know how much that would actually do, Emily. I mean, here, actually, I can tell you. I'm going to quick save so I don't crash anything. And if it gets worse, then I can go back. What is the purpose of all this pumping? This is a mega project. There really isn't a purpose to this. I'm trying to melt a glacier. Why? To say that I did? No real more purpose than that, to be honest with you. This is literally just like, I'm doing a thing because I can. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna go to the game itself and I'm gonna disable temperature. And I'm going to go to DF hack and I'm gonna go temp, fix, stabilize temps. So this is gonna zero all temperatures for the whole map. Let's see if it changes the frame rate. We've been at like 25. All right, just teleported me down here because this dwarf is in a strange mood. Okay, so let's let it zero out. Also, you don't really want to do this because this can cause some really weird quirks. I'm at 48 frames a second. Yeah, so like about half of my frame rate I gained back. Just by zeroing temps. Let's go turn temperatures back on. Also, I don't want to do that because then these will stop melting and I want these to keep melting. Turning temperatures back on. We'll set the temps back up. And now we go back down to 25 frames a second. Good lord. What's up, Bloodpool? 1999 CPU would be on literal fire. I think like Dwarf Fortress version 47, if I tried to do this, would probably be running at about 10 frames a second, maybe less. Especially with 130 dwarves. But no, when you play enough of a game like this, it's kind of like, you know, playing Kerbal or even playing Minecraft, where you just kind of start building things because you can. Not because, like, there's necessarily, like, a reason to do it. It's just because you can, and you're like, well, that might be fun. And that's about all there is to it. So this is continuing to fill. This is continuing to fill. We haven't quite surpassed where we were last time. You can see on the minimap, so we need to get, like, about this much further, basically. But we have surpassed where we were last time on this side. And there's still a lot of spreading going on. We're getting there. I'm gonna turn on grids so I can see actually how. So I can measure things without having to count tiles. So that's what, 9 tiles away? This has almost reached it. When this reaches this side, we are golden. They're not invincible due to a bug that's been fixed. Probably not escaped, unless that was a while ago. Or I'm incorrect, but I thought that bug was fixed. Like, they can be if they're curled up into a ball, but they're supposed to flex out of the ball periodically. Maybe a year ago? Okay, so that bug's been fixed then. Because, like, I'm pretty sure I've seen that happen since and I didn't have that issue. It was around the time that they fixed a bunch of things with necromancers. Stupid! Thank you very much. $3.33. Preach. Thanks, mate. I can't wait until this fills in right there. It's gonna be gold. It's gonna be great. Because then the lava will start pooling over into here, which will give us a barrier to begin filling up this. Getting there. What is the F key thing? Hey, chat, can I get a round of beers? I have no idea what you're talking about. F key thing? Chat, do you know what Emily's talking about? pretty hot, actually. The idea is we're trying to heat things up, not cool things down. The butcher has created Anist Mulash, a pyrite ring, and offers it to the burned frost, the hollow glacier of moistness. Is it useless to encrust it? It'll, like, massively increase the value of it. So unless you consider massively increasing the value of something useless, no, it's not useless to encrust it. This on this side has reached all the way down to here, which is still filling. Let's go make more bedrooms. And finish up the mayor's space. As for that artifact, pyrite ring. I'm gonna do something nice for my mayor. You can have that ring, and you can have those earrings. And let's take a peek at this ring. It's a pyrite ring. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It menaces with spikes of pyrite. On the item is an image of Suxul Spread Lash, the dwarf in milk quartz. On the item is an image of giant orioles in kangaroo leather. Time bomb's still up and running. Still ticking. Let's do this. Oopsies, wrong button. How's the oceanification going? Slowly and steadily. We're getting there. Just kind of got to let it run for a while. Where was I putting the mayor's office down here? Do you think the dining hall would be first for the mayor and the office at the back, or do you think the office would be at the front? What do you think, chat? Office at the front. Right ho. This right here. Office. And this office will be assigned to the mayor. And this right here will be a dining hall. Also assigned to the mayor. And I will smooth all of this. Mayor's still not thrilled. I mean, wants a weapon rack and an armor stand. Do I even have those? Did I make weapon? Nope. Rock, wet. Rock, No, I'm blind. You're Richie Lovey. Does he publicly present as hardworking or a glutton? True, yeah, I guess it would be like a... It would be like a strength flex, wouldn't it? Strength flex would honestly kind of check out. Kind of like that scene from Lord of the Rings when what's-his-face is sitting next to Wormtongue and just eating. Or maybe it is just Wormtongue just like sitting there eating. Actually, I can't remember. I haven't read or watched Lord of the Rings in a long time. Ironically, the last time I watched Lord of the Rings, or chunks of Lord of the Rings, very time and place thing. Because it was during that weird time when a lot of people were streaming movies in the Artifact directory on Twitch to, like, protest Artifact being shit and not living up to anybody's expectations. So people were, like, mad at Artifact, so they were just, like, trolling the directory by filling it up with movies. And there was... somebody popped into the Dwarf Fortress directory for a minute. The stream was titled... not a minute, like, the entirety of, like, the Dwarf... like, the trilogy was streamed. But the title of the stream was Dwarf Fortress Cutscenes, and it was all of Lord of the Rings. Like, they just streamed Lord of the Rings. Like, all 3 movies back to back. And honestly, like, you know, if you're gonna protest, at least be funny about it. And that was, I found that very funny personally, I gotta say. So if anybody falls into here, they die, and that's not on me, that's on them for being dumb. This is gonna get so fucked when I drop the surface, holy shit. The question is, will it make it to the edge? I'm starting to get worried. Why are you slowing down? Running out of lava is against the law, game. I should have built more pumps. Is kind of what I'm learning. Look at that pump flow. Yeah. Actually, I have an idea. Let's just block this in. Let's dig out all of this. No, let's go a layer. Actually, don't know if there's gonna be something dangerous behind this. There might be. But kind of my idea here would be just bring more lava over here. Well, actually, something I could do is I could do this. I could do this. Kind of thinking about just like channeling this in up here, over to here, and letting that spill over, because that would bring more lava to these pumps and allow them to pump faster. Because right now you see these are only 2 deep. I could get them deeper, but I just have to get more lava over here. So I need to increase the flow is something I could do. Like, I could also go up to here and, like, dig across here, more or less. Channel into there. Let's see how far we're going here. Yeah, we could do that. So basically dig along here, and then they will, I will channel into here, channel into here, and then there, and then channel into these two, and then fucking run is absolutely something we could do. And then just lock the door. That'll speed this up. But before we do that, go over to basically right there is where I want to be. And channel into here. Will the massive surface ice... So it's going to start... Okay, so what's probably going to happen when I collapse the ice sheet, it might flood the first cavern layer. Might. Stuff's going to end up in the first cavern layer. Almost guaranteed. I'm not entirely sure what's going to happen. Is it too late to build another pump stack? No, but I don't want to. That's just too much work. And this is way faster than building another pump stack. So it's less of a, is it too late? More of a, I just kind of don't want to. It's mostly that, to be honest. Whew, that was almost very bad. I also need to get rid of this. 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 Go up to here. And just go bars, metal. Just move all that. But yeah, I'm not entirely sure what's going to happen. I am expecting it to end up in the caverns. Oh, yay, we're getting to the other side. Cool beans. Working our way up. Chad, are you guys as fascinated by me as by this as I am? Because are you as fascinated by me as I am? That's a fucking weird-ass sentence. Are you as fascinated by this as I am? Because I am completely, like, entranced by this nonsense. Like, this is exceptionally fucking silly, but I'm just so goddamn entertained by it. Frankly, they should, like, dissect me and study my brain when I die, so... Glad I'm not the only one. This is also making progress. This was 9 tiles away the last time I checked. Slow, but progress. So it spilling over into here will help speed up this. And then when they all start overflowing, we're going to start getting this kind of situation happening. When this starts overflowing down into here, something, well, something that'll happen is I could then actually route it back around to here. I could do that. And routing it back around to here. Or maybe like a layer or 3 lower, like down here maybe. Would actually like speed up the pumping in a way. Well, if they keep asking, you should probably answer. Hey chat, best thing you can do for me at this point in the stream is just help keep that chat moving. Help keep the conversation up. Fridays are usually kind of the quietish day of the week anyway. Chat-wise, so. And today will probably be a shorter stream than tomorrow, so. Been 5 minutes a couple times since people have mentioned anything in the chat. Same with the YouTube side. YouTube, it's been 15. So, anything you can do to just kind of keep the chat moving is appreciated today. And then I could probably go down here and give you one of these. And one of these. I mean, I should be getting there. I mean, I don't need beers. I need conversation, but beers are appreciated. Won't complain about beers. I just don't need them. So when I cave this in, it's very close. But it will flood into this. That is a little scary, but I just want to keep the conversation going. That's all I really want. I don't necessarily need something to complain about. I just want to keep the conversation going. Something to chat about. Because the chat is what entertains me while I'm doing this. Like, genuinely. What is that? Mint Yogi? Man, I haven't thought about Conquest and Elysium in a second. I could very easily make a Magma Forge right here. Caused you to think, why does it have to be a Japanese flag on like 3 separate times? I mean, if a circle of a color in a blank separate color looks like a Japanese flag to you, then, well, yeah, I guess. Age of Wonders 4? Oh. The Age of Wonders golf game. Very underrated. Age of Wonders 4! I have a lot of nostalgia for the original Age of Wonders, but I didn't play 3, so. Like Age of Wonders 1 and 2. Quite a bit of nostalgia, though. One of my peasants has been missing for a week. Oh. So these will refreeze. Well, that sucks. Shit. Wait, so like what happens if I dig through these? I mean, hey, I am of the opinion that if a game has a good base game, expanding with DLC isn't a bad thing. The only time it becomes a bad thing is it can separate the mod community and make, like, you know, the act of, how do I put it? It can make the act of, like, acquiring new player base difficult. But aside from that, like, I don't really have anything against games having a bunch of DLC. Assuming it makes sense for the game and doesn't take away from the game. So if they dig through these, what happens? Yes, this is freshwater, because this isn't an ocean. It's a glacier. I thought this was a dwarf, like, napping on the job, but no. Because this is all refrozen, which is perplexing. Oh, interesting. It, like, blinks and gets cold again. Did you see that? Huh. All right. Weird. So I guess what I need to do is I need to drain it. Okay, well that changes a lot of things. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to see, have they dug around this? No, they don't know a way to. I'm going to go here. We're gonna see if we can drain this. Oh, that's good. That's like kind of mandatory, I think, for DLC for games like that. So now that I've done this, I just need this to open. We don't really know that we know what the Urist units are. We don't know, and like we know what the boiling point and freezing point is, but we don't know what the normal units are. I'm gonna fix my green screen. Sun's coming in. The sun's going down. Okay, so now this is done. That's getting done. That's gonna take a while because Dwarf's gonna get all pissy. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do this. Shit. Making this unnecessarily difficult for myself. I'm gonna just drain all this water into here, I guess. Well, this is gonna be silly. Because this is all just gonna refreeze, right? At least for the moment, it's just gonna refreeze. So maybe what I have to do would be like, go to right where it's about to drain. Dig a hole down, and then a hole down. Oh, this is sketchy as shit, dude. Okay, screw this. That's not gonna work. This ain't gonna work. So I have to drain the water out of here in order for this to function. Basically. Well, all I know is I'm going to go from the top and push it downwards. Same with this. This is going to drain now, but ideally there will be lava there already. So this is kind of fucked. I actually screwed this up pretty bad. Let's just take a ramp up right there and put a floor tile right here. Next thing I got to do is I got to put tiles here. Tiles here, tiles here. Why does the water need to be drained? Chat, help me out here. I guess the actual answer is why doesn't it? Literally all I'm doing right now is shenanigans because I can. Like, this is a thing that I'm doing because it's a fun project. There is no real reason for it, but it needs to be drained because if there's water up here, it keeps refreezing. And in order for me to get rid of this layer, I need the water to not be able to refreeze. Oh. Huh! I managed to leave some dwarves in here? Well, that's grim. Chat, can I get some Fs for that poor dwarf that was just found completely dehydrated? Alath? Because that's kind of grim. But on paper, nothing here needs to be done, but I would like to have a spectacular set of fireworks. And in order for that to happen, I am required to do some silly shenanigans. Needed more red water? Red water. I don't really get the reference, but... Oh, more blood, you mean? This is almost there. The one thing I can really guarantee is that this is going to cause some absolute fucking pandemonium. Okay. That's one thing I can actually guarantee. The problem is... Oh, am I gonna have to sacrifice a dwarf to do this? Because the issue here... Oh, Okay, so the issue is this will turn back to ice if exposed to the ceiling. So what and this won't thaw now because, man, this is like a puzzle. I could try building a roof on top of it. Any ideas, chat? I'm trying to not let this freeze, but also flow freely down this. I guess I could build stairs up to here. I'm not gonna lie, I have zero idea what you're talking about. Killed with style? Absolutely no clue. Hatch? Yeah, true. Actually, you're right. I could put a hatch cover on this and then just, like, open it. This is the classic, I know something you don't know. This is spilling over. And continuing to spread. No. Old School RuneScape has been coming up a lot as of late. Which is kind of amusing, I guess. Once this is done, I can channel through you. And channel through you. I'm hoping that maybe just straight up removing the edges will be enough. And that building around the top will also help. Whew, lag. Vom. Are we still here? That's the important question. Yeah, still there? Okay. I think my camera also has a massive delay on it. Let me just reset it. Yeah, no, congratulations, we broke the game chat. And also, like, peaked out the... crashed out the stream to a degree. Apparently, I'm still streaming to YouTube, but I don't know if it's actually still connected. So if the people are watching on YouTube, if you could let me know if the stream is still up, that'd be cool. Nah, it's just a bunch of Fs. I know, it looks like it's still up. Came back. Well then. Sync should be fixed, really, at the very least. That was my cam that was behind. Huh. You thought you killed your VM? I mean, maybe you did. So what happened? The game hard locked and crashed. And it, like, caused my computer to seize up. I think that's a first for me. So, there's that. I'm not entirely sure what happened, to be honest with you. If I knew, I would tell you. All I know is that the game crashed. And kind of took the streams down with it. I think we won. I think we won. Time Bomb getting revenge on my PC? Maybe. Maybe the lava did some damage after all? Damage to what? Well, I mean, it's definitely slowing down. We already figured that out. I checked earlier. I disabled temperature and the frame rate went up pretty considerably. Okay, so this was before... Yeah, okay. Wow, that's actually kind of pretty far back. I killed with style was the last dwarf I named. Yeah, okay. All right, well, I still know what I need to do. Oh, actually, I've got an idea. I've got a better idea of how I could drain this. You're not picky? Hi, not picky. I'm blind. Oh, sorry. Would you like a dwarf, Daggett? What? Do you have any preference, or are you just like, quote unquote, not picky? Here's a better idea. I'm trying to figure out ways of how I can drain this water without totally fucking up the fort. And I think maybe the best option here would be this. It's gonna break every time. No preference, happiest, whatevers. You get bomb wreck. No preference. I assume that's what you intended. No, I'll rename it to Daggett. Give me a sec. Daggett. Goddess Tot, thank you very much for the 37th month chat. Can I get a round of beers for Goddess Tot? And hopefully everybody's back. Apologies about the crash. I mean, you know, this means we're winning. She never fails to fall in love or develop positive feelings towards anything. She is impervious to the effects of stress and is very trusting. She lives a high-energy kinetic pace and finds that helping others to be emotionally rewarding. She is moved by art and natural beauty, and she dislikes the natural world. She tends to hang on to grievances and is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself. She is conflicted by this she's conflicted by this for more than one reason, and she tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others. She has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others, and she is often cheerful. She acts with a narrow focus during the current activity and tends to think before acting. She tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions and holds her breath when she's nervous. Also, chat, I have a question for those of you here on Twitch. What does the uptime timer say? Does it say 6 hours, or does it say a different number? Or 7 hours, or does it say a different number, rather? 6 hours, my bad. I can count. 6 hours, cool. Good to know. That means it didn't break the VOD. She personally finds a sacrifice to be the height of folly, believes sacrifice to be one of the highest ideals, believes that the acquisition of power over others is the ideal goal in life and worthy of the highest respect, and respects the law and does not care about family one way or another, and dreams of creating a great work of art. I think it's pretty safe to say we are actually, like, forcing this game to operate at peak performance is what we are doing. So that's kind of cool. She likes mica, aluminum, and clear zircon, black-crusted gibbon leather, giant chipmunk bone and rami fabric, cabochons and leggings and bracelets bracelets and turtle men. Wait, hold on. Pigs for their snorts and turtle men for their powerful bites, and when possible, wouldn't that be snapping? Oh, snapping turtle men for their bites. And when possible, prefers to consume giant groundhog and yellow bullhead and fonio beer and pearl millet flour, and absolutely hates brown recluse spiders. I don't know what's up with you, Fraga. You have 3 friends. Excuse me. And you're a member of the religion that everybody else is a part of. Congrats, and welcome to the fort. All right, so my idea here is go over to here. You know what? Fuck it. Let's just get rid of you. I'm trying to, like, not get rid of this for some stupid reason, and I don't really know why. Yeah, it's too real, isn't it? Right, Alath was found dead. Or has been missing for a week because they were dehydrated in the, well, you know where, if you think about it. It's like I've been here before, except this time I'm doing it intentionally. Because I'm trying to drain water. And you, all the way to the edge. I may actually have to kill a dwarf to do this, too. Which kind of sucks, but oh well. I've had to do worse things to better dwarves. Take 2 on Big Dig. We're strategy number 2, hopefully less self-destructive than strategy number 1. Because basically I need to go up to here. Actually, what I could do... Oh shit, I could do this from above. So I could go up here, go down to here, and then I could... See, that's the issue. Everything reappearing like that. Could go up to here, and then go up to here. And then I could go here and then channel down into that. Which will drain water down into here. Right there. And with a fuck ton of luck, might very well drain it fast enough. Potentially, maybe not. Probably not. That'll have a little bit of hope of, you know, getting rid of the water. You volunteer? I mean, whoever volunteers will be the first person to show up. I'm not going to be too selective. We're about to get hit by ads. It's a shame that didn't happen when the game crashed, but oh well. I can't completely control everything that happens. Just a lot of things. Yeah, no, I won't need to sacrifice a dwarf because I can do this from above. We should be good. This can also get deconstructed. I thought I might have to, but no. No, I won't need to.
Hi, I'm
Hi.
kinda sad I can't be here more. Great job with the one-tile necromancy challenge. I love those videos. I hope there will be more of the story of this fort in the future. I always look forward to a new story of this fortress, less than 3.
I will tell you this, and I will say the same thing that I say about every fort. I have like 24 forts that could become stories. And while all of them would be cool to have as stories, not all of them can become stories. I don't have unlimited time. And I am just one guy, and I only have so much creativity. Like that fort, Rotten. Hey, Jack, can I get a round of beers, by the way, for Rotten keeping that subscription alive for 7 months? The one-tile fort was recorded back in, like, October. So, like, it's been a while since that fort was on, or was streamed, right? And I've had several since that could also be videos. In fact, I kind of crammed 2 forts into that one. It was both the one-tile fort, but also it was a little bit of Colorbeard. I crammed a tiny itty bitty witty 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 bitty bit into Colorbeard as well. But you'll get more. I just will never guarantee it's a particular fort. It's not that it's exhausting, it's just I'm only so creative. You know, I ain't I'm no Asylum Productions. I can't just crank out 10 movies in a month. I don't have a team of editors, you know. F5 in your back. Hi, back. I'm blind. Well, good news is This is still filling up and flowing deeper. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Rotten, thank you very much for checking some subs into the chat. Appreciate you. I am working on another video as well right now, but it's a very different kind of video. It's a lot more like it's going to be more like the boat murdered video that I made, where I'm reading a story that somebody wrote about a Dwarf Fortress fort. Well, that's freaking annoying. But that video might end up being very, 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 very long. Not that I'm sure most people care, but... And thanks for supporting it, Rotten. I have the coolest job in the world because people keep it funded. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the generosity of so many of you. Well, I mean, I would be, but, like, the content wouldn't. It sounds oddly dramatic when it doesn't need to be. Just gonna quick save. A fan just turned off in my computer, and I thought my computer, like, seized up again, and I freaked out for a moment. I wonder if the map rewrite will change any block physics behavior and melting across sea levels. Hopefully. I mean, that would be really cool. I mean, I think, like, the main things Tarn has talked about wanting to address is the the variety on the surface. So, like, you know, when you're in, like, a big forest and, like, you look at the minimap and you can see very well-defined grids. I don't know if you've ever noticed that, but next time you play a forest fort, stare at that a little bit and see what you notice, because at the very least, I think it's pretty bloody clear that, like, you can see the edges of the curtain. Like the Dwarf Fortress starts to show off its secrets if you look closely at the mini-map in a lot of cases. Which, you know, it's not necessarily a bad thing. It just means that there are parts of Dwarf Fortress's map code that could be more varied and more interesting. I've had new glasses since last Friday they arrived. It's a few days after the last stream. Currently working on another pixel art avatar that's getting. Because I don't want to talk myself and I test it. That's weird and a little creepy, Fingerprint. But I'm glad your project is working. It's weird that you're trying it on me, but... Hopefully the animations are up to your standards. Also a little unsettling. Anyway, how are you doing, Notokasa? It's good to see you. I kind of did a little bit of a staycation after the holiday. All this is flown over. No, I'm not offended. I'm just like, that's a little creepy. 'Cause I don't know. The world's getting weird. That's all I can really say. For clarity, not offended. Just like, what? Sounds like a PNG animation, more or less, that just moves to speech. It's a pretty easy script, actually, to set up Rotten. Well, I hope you find more things that you find entertaining and useful. Thelfa Thand in YouTube chat. Let's get those down. Basically just gonna dig out all of this all the way along here, and then I'm gonna channel through here. Could do those first, but yeah. There's plugins for OBS already that do it. You just have to give it X number of frames. Like, if you want to do a really, really, really basic one, like, you can just, there's plugins already that exist. It's basically just like a little animation that activates when you put audio into it. And they can be as complicated and as complex as you want, or as simple and as straightforward as you want. I would say, like, in the grand scheme of, like, live streaming technology, it's pretty simple these days. Don't actually need to do that. You don't need to do face tracking stuff because it can either, like, react to a face tracking, which is more like the 3D model thing if you want it to be synced properly, but you can have ones that just trigger when, like as an example, like OBS has inputs, right? And like an input could be like a camera or like audio, and you can have things react to an input. So I could make a animation go off when a certain input is triggered. So I could make an animation start when I start playing music, as an example. Like if I start playing my record player, I could tell OBS to have an animation pop up on screen when there's audio going through that particular feed. So I could have like a selection of like 12 different little animations that happen whenever sound is going into a microphone, which presumably is person speak. Like, it's actually pretty simple. Actually, it's simple because somebody else has done all of the work already. Otherwise, then, yeah, it would be difficult, and I also would have no idea how to approach it, but thankfully, because somebody's already done the work, it's pretty straightforward. The odds of me doing this safely with nobody dying is like almost 0. Here we go. Things about to get spicy. Run, Dwarfus. Come on, get the one underneath you. So you'll run away immediately upon digging through that. Oh, never mind. Also, never mind. All right, well, that's unfortunate. Especially because I need them to dig through this. Okay. Well, they didn't throw themselves into lava. They just simply walked past it. I could have removed that as a possibility by getting rid of the ramps, but I didn't bother. Now let's see if Dwarf... Oop, nope, probably not. I mean, maybe, actually. We'll see. Just gotta keep a close eye on this, because this is gonna overflow real quick. Oh, there we go. We got one. Okay, so now I'm gonna pause this. Forbid this and this. No, forbid this and this. Wrong tool. Oh boy, the new mining speed is brutal, man. Okay, let's go up to here. Come on, Dwarfy. You got this. I'll let you out when the lava flows are completed. Getting rid of that. So you know a bunch more lava is coming over here, so this is pumping faster now. So this is now sitting at 4 deep instead of 3 deep, meaning that's going to flow a lot quicker because we got lava coming from this side now. So that's going to speed up the flow of all of this. Now you can fucking run. Okay, now that I've done that, I'm going to go here. And I'm going to grab this. I'm going to do this. And I'm going to do that. I'm also going to plug that. And this is all going to fill up. It's all bubbling in from over here and up here. Excellent. Oh, trust me, you haven't seen shit yet. You want to see chaos? No mold? This is a glacier, by the way. We made the game lag so hard it actually took the stream down for a minute. Yeah. Speaking of, this side's probably getting close to Dunzos. Speaking of chaos. Oh, not even freaking close. Holy shit. Okay. Getting there. Slowly. Because I'm going to try and drain this from up here. So that's the next task. All right, chat, do you think I will be able to do this successfully? I'd love to know your thoughts. What's the over-under? Chance of success out of 10. For me, channeling this down, letting the water from the glacier into here and down into here. Do you think this is gonna work? Because I don't fucking know. Actually, you know what? Let's not put that there. But I am going to channel through this. This is all ice freezing and unfreezing as this sucker fills. This is actually pushing out a lot. Yeah, this is pushing out a lot more lava now. My plan worked. Oh boy. If someone can do it, it's me. I appreciate the confidence. Oh, that's just a... There's just a door there. That's not even built. That would flood the fort right now. Why is that door not built? Oh, some dwarf has been missing for a week. I think it was probably the one that we set on fire. Whoops. There's the other one. And then Onul. I'm amazed by how good the moods are. I mean, it's actually, the bigger concern right now is, will the game hold out? Because if the game holds out, we'll be fine. If the game doesn't hold out, well, Mostly. Okay. The lava's still cooling. How's Time Bomb doing? Time Bomb's still alive. Time Bomb 5. Hang in there, old bomber. You got this, you little squeaker. Hold the line. Little dwarves in the computer are definitely working their hardest. Oh shit, have we connected this sign? Damn, we have! Well, that's good news. So this will start to fill up pretty slowly, but we're getting there. Alright, so you getting constructed slowly. Alright, let's just send a bunch of dwarves down here. Let's widen this. Then I win. The time limit is... The challenge here is the time limit, not the process. I know I can do it. Gloves. It's a, can I do this and also do this before the, like, guinea pig dies? Like, that's the actual challenge here, if you will. It's like a time limit thing. Because when the guinea pig dies, I release the dragon. So it's like, I don't know, think of it like a game show. I have a dragon in my fort. When the guinea pig dies, the dragon is released. And we win if I successfully turn this surface into lava before that. This is certainly not the most normal way I could... I mean, the easier way actually would have just been to build a tower several levels above and then just dump lava on it, but I don't know. To me, this is more exciting. It's called making a game interesting. That's what it is. Getting moving pretty quick over here, too. Like, this is filling quite fast. And also, you know, just, like, pushing games like this to its limit is, like, kind of part of the fun a lot of the time. I'm making a hot spring, is what I'm doing. It's right in the title of the fort. I should have just been saying that all along. We need a project done in 2.5 guinea pigs. No, no, no. Don't say lifespans. Just 2.5 guinea pigs rolls off the tongue better. Oh no, a cyclops. Oh no. The cyclops says, come. A giant humanoid monster with a single eye set in its forehead. Where is it? I actually don't have an army, so like there isn't much I could do about it. It has a bow. Oh. A peachwood bow decorated with willow. How many kills do you has? 43? Holy shit. You've killed a lot of elves. Well, that's mean. Picking on the ones without any gear. Big man, think you're all strong. Go beat up people that are practically unarmed and then attack me, who is also quite literally unarmed. Well, I'm just gonna lock the door. I don't really want to fight him. The Yetis will deal with him eventually, I'm sure. Hello, how's the fort going? When it's not crashing the stream, pretty good. But it kind of took the stream down earlier. So thanks to those of you who are still here. Or remembered to refresh, I guess. And I also learned today that YouTube does have some disconnect protection. It's just not great, though. That or maybe I didn't fully disconnect and just, like, it just hitched. I don't actually know. Now we get to find out. Actually, I'm just gonna quick save again. If I can drain the water out of the glacier. How did it go with the dragon? I have a dragon in a cage. It nuked a few things. It was entertaining. It doesn't actually melt the ice, which is interesting. It just melts the snow on the surface of the ice. Really goes to show just how cold that ice is. Okay, so I'm just gonna go down into here. Just forbid all this. It's fine. In theory, this should actually drain eventually. Like, completely. Whatever. What do you mean your stone coffer? Guess you could say he's pretty cool. I mean, this fort is pretty cool. That's why the water keeps on refreezing. In the drain? I see. Dwarf, are you actually as dumb as I think you are right now? Seems like you are, in fact. Come on. All right. Let's go for maximum nonsense. Once they build this. Because chat, it is almost time to see if we can drain the aquifer. Are you ready? These aren't even my darkest sunglasses. With moron. Idiot. Dumbass. Fine. If you insist, sir, I will permit you escapism. Hopefully you're smart enough to construct that. like, here's the thing. We could be even more serious about this. So I think it's time for us to be even more serious about this, chat, because we're not being serious enough. Now we're talking. Idiot. Get it. There we go. Now. Up and Adams. This, if all works correctly, should drain through this. Should. Might not. Should drain through this. Fingers crossed it does. Into here. Down into here. It might also just immediately refreeze. I don't know. So let's see. Let's see. Google captions, you could not be more wrong about what I just said. I think it's just going to immediately refreeze, actually. That's my current suspicion as to what's going to happen. It's just going to refreeze. Or this layer might immediately refreeze, but we'll find out. Here goes Rigoth. Yeah. Well, that's a shame. So... What if I do it again? Quit laughing at me, killed with style. I see you. Go for the sequel? Come on. Did we even get any water in there? No, we didn't. That's funny. Okay, no, so sorry for the drama. Science test went through, and unfortunately it failed. And for that, I do not apologize, but I will put the sunglasses away. We tried. Okay, so what's the other options? I could... Okay, so next thing I can try doing is I could... do that. And then I could do this. Wall piece, and then wall piece. We're in an ad break, but not too much is going on. I won't do the next attempt until the ad breaks are done. Also, by the way, the reason I'm showing all these sunglasses on stream is so that I can consider them a prop. And then I can write them off on my taxes. But I have to do it consistently for a bit, so this bit's going to stick around. I hope you're okay with this. Actually, I need to talk to my tax lady about that. I don't know if I can pull that one off, but I'll try. Okay, so now that I've done that, this ain't going to be anywhere near as cool because it failed so many times, but the idea here would be that this will, although this, it's still going to refreeze when, see, like, this, but this has lava under it. This won't. Nope. Okay. Okay. I could try this in massive danger style. But I think that if I do this the danger way, it is very, very, very likely to just simply drown whoever does it. But I'm going to see, can I? Because what I could do... If I dig stairs, like, right down to here. I could smooth this and fortify it. That might let it through. I'm not entirely sure it will, but it might. Did we pump it all up? Not all of it. Although, we've made it to this side. And we made it to this side. The minimap, just a white square. Yeah, there's chaos going on this minimap. Zombie. Giant sponge. Yeah. We actually brought the stream down. Trying to drain the water out of here. I could just pump it. But it's much less exciting. This is the issue, right? There's just no lava under it. Oh. It's just gonna freeze regardless of where it goes. Will this become KV Jones' locker? I mean, it's more like Dwarfy Jones' iceberg, but... This is a 5x5 embark location. So you were wrong on both guesses, Zavi. All right, human. If you die here, I'm not sorry. But I don't think you're going to. Come on. No, okay. Okay. I mean, it would just be a human, so yeah, no, I agree. Maybe not worthy, but definitely a sacrifice. Okay, well, I've got one more idea to try. Fill this in. I mean, I could just put lava, like, up in here. That would keep it thawed. Certainly making progress. I don't know about good progress. We might actually be getting ourselves stuck in a weird circular problem, but the edge of this is still slowly filling up, but it's filling up. Slowly and consistently. I know at least 2 dwarves died because I just locked them in here. There's like one over here somewhere. But, you know. It was a sacrifice that, I don't know if I was willing to make it, but I did. You can't fill ponds with lava. I would need to use minecarts, which would be a bit of a pain in the ass. Let's see if this does it. If you get encased in a forever fish tank, ice cube box bin container thing, then oh well. Lava is endless, and so is water as long as it's connected to the edge of the map. Oh, no, I need dig, not this. Also, for anybody who's wondering, turning off temperature and resetting it with DFHack puts the frame rate back up to 50. So we're sitting at like 32 right now. But resetting it puts it at 50. So like that's how much is like being impacted by this nonsensical nonsense. Yeah, okay. Okay. Nobody, because like it's just gonna refreeze instantly. So nobody's gonna get fucked in there. I mean, there was a really fucking stupid way I could do this. Do we go back to option stupid, chat? Option stupid, for those of you who don't know because I haven't mentioned it and just made it up right now, would be like go one layer beneath this and then just cave in above this. Just like, poof, just like drop a fucking pin through it. That would be option stupid. Start popping holes in this thing. But that was kind of what lagged the game real bad the last time I tried something similar. I would probably just make a cube of obsidian. I don't think it's a go. I don't actually think it's a go. I do know what might be a go, though. Can I build here? No, too close. You know, that's what I tried to do, and that's what took the stream down. Like, paw. Oh, the Cyclops just found an animal melted. That's totally fine. I was like, what? There's the dragon got out? Is what I thought. The real issue that I have here is I kind of don't actually have... Okay, now this is suicidal. Probably the only real way to do it, though. I got an idea. This will probably work. So what I need to do is I need to get lava into here. Easy enough. Then up here, that will melt this up to here. Right? So I go up to here and I put a hatch. But then that would then go into the lava. Is this even possible? Because it's just going to turn into obsidian. I can't pump it. Things are getting worse? Not really. Okay, so here's what I could do. I could dig this out and replace it with, like, bricks, basically. Pump lava from down here up to here. And then up into here. So I have to pump lava from down here, up to here, and then up to here. Then I need to put lava at the edge of this. Then I could drain, and then that I need to get lava up to here, is what I need to do. That's what needs to happen. I need to get lava to here. Like, I don't see any other way. And I can do it from beneath, so it'll fill up nice and fast. So I could do like this over to here, and then bring the lava in from here. It'll flow down into there. Then pump the lava from here, up into here, up into here, up into here. Maybe not the whole thing, maybe just like half of it. And then once this is full of lava, then I can go to here and then flood it down into there. This is so fucking over-engineered, it's ridiculous. Okay, I think there isn't much method, but there's a lot of madness, and I think I can maybe make this work. I don't know how I... Oh, also, we should find out if there's wind here. Because there very well could be wind, and if there's wind, then I could just, like, stick windmills up here. This is gonna take a guinea and a half? Oh, no, it won't. This is way simpler than the last nonsense I did. This is maybe one of those... This is gonna look a lot worse than it is. Things. But I think it's dumb enough that it might actually just work. I don't know what you mean by too wet to put a windmill. Oh, actually, it might freeze. Worst case scenario, I can just build it in a way that I can just let dwarves build it. Or power it. Let the dwarves power it, but... Also, I have power, like, right here. So I could also just, like, fucking move power from right here to over there. Like, that's not far at all. Like, that's super easy to transport power that short a distance. I mean, like... It's gonna be like right here, so I could actually just fucking pop a hole right here. Run a gear. Over to here. Over to there. Okay, maybe to there. Basically, I need to get a gear right here. Easy. Yeah, no issue here. This is super simple. Extremely simple, even. Yeah, very easy. Loving the confidence? Well, I mean, the actual, like, thing I'm trying to do here is really straightforward. The question is, can I do it without dumping lava into the fortress? That I'm not so sure about. But I can try. I mean, what else do I have left at this point? Not trying? I think nut. I definitely do not think nut. Okay, so you go right here. Dolomite, that. Up one. So we're going to need to dig up from here. So channel you down. Go across here. Dolomite. It could also just, like, freeze at some point like it just did there. And, like, completely nuke all of this. And make it completely pointless. I very much could do that. But we're going to hope that it doesn't. I should spin this around. I guess what I'm trying to say is the easy part of this is pumping the lava. The question is, will it work? Okay, I need to adjust this real quick, actually, before I do anything else. I need floor piece right here, and then this needs to be smoothed. So you don't melt on me, although you might still melt on me. Also, I only need to get it up to here. Lava, I don't even need to get it up to here, I don't think. I mean, this is going to become a water source, but... I don't actually think I need to go up that high. I just need to go up to this level. No, I do need to go up to this level. And this is why I streamed for 13 hours yesterday. I said today was going to be a short stream, which for me means like 6-ish hours. I'm already at 7. Just for those of you like keeping track. I don't want to break the wagon, but this might break the wagon. I could move it, but eh. Smooth ice, no melt so fast? I'm not sure. I'm hoping. I mean, I could turn this off and let this all drain, and then it would refreeze eventually, but nah, where's the fun in that? That is actually like kind of the mythos that I'm using for a lot of this. Is, where's the fun in that? Okay, so now that I've done that, I need to channel through you. Okay. And then... So you pump to here, pump to there. Channel into this, and then I guess deconstruct to you. How exactly is this working? It's not. So my idea... Wait, for this or like for the melting of the lava in general? Sorry, I need to clarify. If you mean for the working of the lava in general, it's one tile below the ice which is freezing it, or which is thawing it, rather. For this thing in the middle, what I'm doing is I'm trying to drain this water out of here. So I'm pumping lava. We back yet? Yeah, we back. Yeah, YouTube stream finished because it went down long enough. Twitch is back. Cool. Yeah. I think that says pretty much all of it, chat. I think we beat the game. There is a chance I could complete that with temperature turned off. Yeah, no, we're done. That's it. The day's over. When it takes a stream down enough that like YouTube goes offline and doesn't come back, like I'm done. I was pretty much done at that point already, but yeah, I don't know. This is not focusing, this camera. Or it's not focusing on me anyway. But yeah, I don't know. It just is what it is. So the funny thing is, like, the last thing that was said in chat was like, how's this working? It's not. That's the last thing I saw before the computer froze. It's not working because it keeps breaking. So we found the limit. I don't know what we're gonna do with this information, but I think no, it's not your fault.